Imagine hitting the road for 3 weeks and crossing the entire country on America's first transcontinental highway. Passing through forgotten ghost towns, historic roadside diners, and some of the most underrated landscapes in the United States. This is the Lincoln Highway, a route packed with nostalgia, adventure, and a sense of Americana you just can't get anywhere else. If you've seen part 1 and 2 already, then it's the same thing in this video, as this video was designed to include the entire 21-day road trip with the full days we spent in different cities. If that's what you want to see, then here's the over 4-hour video for you. Alright, let's jump in. We are at the beginning of a 3-week road trip on the Lincoln Highway, starting at none other than Times Square. First thing we gotta do is find the actual Lincoln Highway sign, and then we're gonna start the drive tomorrow.
My favorite thing to do in Times Square is to leave.
It was a huge achievement for the Lincoln Highway to start its journey here in 1913, but unfortunately there's not a lot left from that alignment and not a lot that you can actually see related to Lincoln Highway.
I freely admit I don't get Times Square. This place is just absolute chaos. Shining lights and everything, but absolute chaos. The actual start of the Lincoln Highway is right on the other side of this. There it is. The official start of the Lincoln Highway on Broadway and 42nd.
I'm excited. This is an incredibly historic road.
We looked around and this was the only thing that we could see that designated the start of the Lincoln Highway.
Alright, we're not doing anything else in Manhattan. If you want to see my New York content, check it out in the description. We're starting the Lincoln Highway now.
I had spent the previous month living in Brooklyn, and so we crossed the Brooklyn Bridge and drove over to Times Square to start the journey.
Here we are approaching the eastern terminus of the Lincoln Highway where we were standing last night, but we wanted to make sure that we could drive to it today. So there it is right there, and we are starting our Lincoln Highway journey.
Very excited. This is going to be amazing. And there it is right there. Just that tiny little brown sign. The only way you'd know.
Saying goodbye to Manhattan, we left our first state, New York, and headed through the Lincoln Tunnel to make it to our second state of the journey, New Jersey. In 1913, you would have done this via ferry, but now you do it via the tunnel, which is probably just as slow.
The first main stop on our Lincoln Highway road trip is where Hamilton and Burr had their infamous duel. Right here across from Manhattan. The most famous duel in American history. It's also a pretty good viewpoint for Manhattan from up here as well.
As you know with us, we're going to stop hundreds of times between New York and California. If you want to follow along with us, head over to the Patreon where I have a Google map that you can purchase that shows everything we stopped at on the Lincoln Highway. Also note that it's hard to follow the original alignment anymore, so we did the best that we could on the trip.
Do you remember this guy from a famous HBO show? Let me know in the comments if you do.
This muffler man was actually featured in the opening credits for the HBO series The Sopranos. Heading on, we made our way towards Jersey City where we saw our first of the mini Lincoln statues along the drive.
So this statue was produced in 1929 by a guy named James Earl Frazier, and he's famous as being the person who also created the Indian head buffalo nickel sculptures.
Seeing as many Lincoln statues as possible was something my dad wanted to do, and he actually made a video on his channel about all the statues we saw. I also wanted to note that before heading on, if you're a history buff, Thomas Edison's fingerprints are all over this area of New Jersey. You can actually drive about 20 minutes out of the way and go to the Thomas Edison National Historic Park if you're interested. This is the laboratory that Edison operated for more than 40 years, and you can go on a self-guided tour, and you can even drive over and see his estate if you're interested as well. Back on the Lincoln Highway, we stopped for lunch in Newark's Ironbound neighborhood, which is a multicultural community that's known for its great food, and we decided to stop and try a Portuguese restaurant. I was told this is pronounced as Teixeira Bakery, and it was a huge spot with lots of tables and a line out the door, meaning it must be good.
Alright, we got a Portuguese sandwich, and Pops is going to try it.
It looks yummy. That's very good. Kind of a meat with a sauce on it. Very nice.
I also got this egg custard that I thought was savory, but it's sweet and it's very good. And I got a guava donut, also good. Overall, strong spot.
Yeah.
Before leaving Newark, we headed over to the historic Essex County Courthouse to see another Lincoln statue.
All right, this is our second Abraham Lincoln statue of the trip. Let us know in the comments how many you think we're gonna see.
This one is particularly special. This one was made in 1911 and is in all of the old Lincoln Highway books. It was created by a guy named Gutzon Borglum, because he's the same guy who did the sculpturing of Mount Rushmore. And he was totally enamored with Lincoln to the point that he named his son Lincoln. And Lincoln was the one who kind of supervised most of the work on Mount Rushmore. And it's referred to as the children's Lincoln because you can climb up, sit on his lap, that kind of thing. So this is a special one.
All right, now we're starting the road south towards Philadelphia.
As we continue towards our next stop, we saw our first of many Lincoln Highway markers.
Well, it looks like we found our first Lincoln Highway marker. These were placed in 1928 by the Boy Scouts all across the country. I don't know if this is an original or a copy, but the thing you always look for is this little coin like in there. They typically get taken. But this is exciting. Our first Lincoln Highway marker.
Pop's trying to figure out his passcode so he can take a picture of the Lincoln Highway sign.
Right around the corner from the Lincoln Highway sign was our next stop at the Thomas Edison Center at Menlo Park. The tower here serves as a memorial to Thomas Edison, and it was dedicated in 1938 on what would have been his 91st birthday. The center of this tower marks the exact spot where the first practical incandescent lamp was tested. While the laboratory is no longer here, Edison and his staff created 400 of his most important inventions here. So you could say this area was pretty impactful in human history.
You can actually go inside on the weekends, but it's a Monday, so we can't today. So this is kind of a random stop, but supposedly one of the only actual remaining markers in New Jersey is right over here, basically on the side of this main road. There's really not much to it, and it is on someone's private property, so you can see it from the road, basically. And here we're taking a short detour off the Lincoln Highway to see another fun, quirky historic site. So we drove all the way out to this small, unassuming park in order to see the Martian landing site from the original radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds.
It's fascinating. The story about this small town, for a brief while, as many as 1 million people thought we had been invaded by Martians.
I mean, it makes sense. You're just at home listening to the radio and you hear these news broadcasts coming on talking about aliens landing and all of this chaos and everything.
That's why you got to be careful about what you believe in media, right?
In YouTube. Be careful what you believe.
While we're just here for the history, this is actually a beautiful park with Grover's Mill Pond right in the back, and it had nice reflections for pictures while we were there.
In the broadcast, the aliens attacked New Jersey State Militia, and they even attacked New York City. So yeah, that's a fun little detour with lots of history to read about.
From there, we stopped briefly at a battlefield and an old bridge before making our way towards our third state, Pennsylvania.
If you decide to drive this bridge like us, note that it's 15 miles an hour across and it takes a while just to get on the bridge.
This is the Calhoun State Bridge, and it was built in 1884 and was originally part of the Lincoln Highway until it was rerouted in 1920.
So here we are crossing over this epic bridge over the Delaware River, going into our third state, which is Pennsylvania.
The old bridge definitely bottlenecks at the end, but once you get past the traffic, turn left and go down and grab a parking spot. There's an awesome walking trail along the water that gives you great views towards the bridge and out over towards the city.
One of my resources talked about the signs that are on the border between every state and the Lincoln Highway, and the only one that remains, apparently, is this one here, which is between New Jersey and Pennsylvania on the Pennsylvania side of this old 1884 bridge.
That is a very cool old bridge. Pennsylvania's already starting a lot better than New Jersey was. We're heading to Philly, but we had to stop for dinner and Pop's favorite thing in the whole world, a hoagie.
My dad compares every sandwich in the United States to hoagies and cheesesteaks on the East Coast.
The critical thing about a hoagie, there's the lunch meat in hoagies, it's called capicola. And capicola has a kind of a hot edge on it. But there's different kinds of capicola. I think Josh got the one that is the sissiest possible with no heat. and then I got one that was kind of dry cured, which is kind of the old school way of saying.
Pretty good sandwich. I'm sure they're better mom and pop shops in Philly, but in a pinch, got a good hoagie.
On a scale of 1 to 10, I'd probably give it a 7.
The hot pepper spread, 2 thumbs up. Very, very good. Couple more stops before we get to the city. So right when you cross over Highway 1, there's this road you can go down, which is the original Lincoln Highway. You can't drive it, but you can park your car and you can walk on it. And this bridge that we're walking on is from 1905.
It's awesome that this old bridge has been preserved and you can walk past it and then walk onto the trail that follows the highway.
So this is so sick. Look, this is the actual road that used to go into Philadelphia. So cool. It's all overgrown, obviously, but you can imagine it. It's following this beautiful little creek. It makes total sense that this would be the road. Yes, you can see it all along here. I bet this must be pieces of brick from the original road.
The path gets overgrown pretty quickly. One of the things I've already noticed on the first day on this highway is that this has definitely not been taken care of and loved as much as Route 66 has. So it's cool to get out here and see some of this history, but I don't think it's going to be at the same level of Route 66.
Right next to the bridge we were walking is the Lincoln Hotel, which was originally built in the 1800s but has been rebuilt since then. So we just headed into Philadelphia for the night.
All right, we made it to our hotel in Philadelphia, and that is the end of day 1. Today we're in the city of Philadelphia, and Pops is going to show us around the homeland.
This is the homeland, well, across the river from the homeland. Homeland, New Jersey.
Starting with his favorite coffee shop he frequented when he was a young child.
Menagerie.
We had a hotel in downtown Philadelphia, so we were able to walk to most of the early morning spots you'll see in this video, starting with Menagerie Coffee. This was a good spot for coffee and an even better spot for pastries, so it was a great way to start the morning.
All right, Pops, what's the first thing we're doing in Philadelphia?
Having coffee.
Going to see the Liberty Bell.
Oh, okay.
Basically everywhere you walk in Philadelphia is historic, and so this set of buildings right here are the last remaining structures that were owned by Ben Franklin.
That's how his carriage would go in and out to his house through that gate, that archway there.
To let Ben Franklin inquire within.
Philadelphia really is a history lover's paradise, as everywhere you walk in the downtown part of the city, you'll see plaques that tell you about what happened right where you're standing. From there, we walked over to our first stop at the Liberty Bell, which is one of the most popular tourist attractions in the city, and we wanted to get there as early as possible to not have to wait in line to see it. A few facts about the Liberty Bell: it was commissioned in 1752, and it was originally hung in the steeple of the Pennsylvania State House, which is now known as Independence Hall. It's an iconic symbol of American freedom, and it's believed that it was rang during the first reading of the Declaration of Independence. There's many different stories about the large crack, but I asked when I was there and they said most likely it was just from 90 years of use in the Pennsylvania State House.
So when I was a kid, the Liberty Bell used to be in Independence Hall, and there was like nothing around it. You go up and touch it and try to ring it with your fist or something.
There's also a small museum here with many different exhibits that talk about the freedoms that we fought for over the years as Americans.
I've heard it can take hours to see the Liberty Bell in the summer, but we came right when it opened and it only took us 2 minutes to see it.
From there, we headed across the street to Independence Hall. Since we were there early in the morning, you were able to walk in and explore a few of the buildings self-guided. However, if you want to see the main Independence Hall, then you have to get a ticket online, and this is the only way to get inside of Independence Hall. I dropped the ball on this one, but shout out to Pops who got us tickets to explore here. When we were there, you could explore one of the side buildings of Independence Hall, which talked about the Declaration of Independence and a few other items, and you could go over to the Congress Hall and walk around in there. The Congress Hall was definitely the best part, as this was the meeting place for the US Congress from 1790 to 1800. You could walk all around the main floor, and then you could go up the stairs to see some of the committee rooms and other things that they'd recreated. There are a few docents here to answer questions, and it was just cool to be in such a historic spot. We explored for a while before it was time for a 30-minute tour to start.
We're waiting in line to go inside of Independence Hall.
I'm not going to go over all the amazing and detailed history that you can experience in these walls, but I will say that this is one of the coolest places I've explored in a long time, especially for history buffs. Our guide was fantastic, and he made the stories come to life as he talked to us in the 2 different rooms on the tour. Being able to stand in this building that was built in the 1700s and was where the Declaration of Independence was adopted and the US Constitution was drafted is just something that you have to experience for yourself. Once the tour's over, be sure to go around to the front of Independence Hall. Here you can see plaques that talk about where different presidents stood to give speeches, and you can see a statue in the front. One of the coolest plaques you'll see here is one that says the birthplace of the United States of America.
Really unique history. This is the way it looked in 1950s, and then they basically cleared it all out to what it looks like now. That is an amazing tour, something you definitely should do when you're in the city. You can get reservations online. I will leave a link to that in the description. What do you think, Pops?
Yeah, it's such an incredible piece of American history. And as they said inside, that one room is probably the most important room in America, where everything happened, the Constitution, Declaration of Independence. Incredible.
Let's head on to some museums.
On the short walk over to Carpenter's Hall, you can see the Second Bank of the United States and the Philadelphia Bank. Then if you arrive at Carpenter's Hall when it's open, you can go inside and you can explore the meeting place of the First Continental Congress in 1774. It's actually a lot smaller than you'd anticipate, but it has some good exhibits here and it has docents who can answer questions.
This building that they're renovating behind us is the First Bank of the United States.
It's wild to see so many historic places right next to each other, and our next stop was at the Museum of the American Revolution. The Museum of the American Revolution opened in 2017. You can tell it's a newer museum because of the digital interactive exhibits they have all throughout it. It's easily one of the most visually engaging museums I've ever seen to learn about history. All throughout they have interactive exhibits, and they even have places where you can sit and watch a movie that feel like you're part of one of the integral battles. The museum is completely dedicated to telling the story of the American Revolution, and I wish I would have had a couple more hours to explore here. Also note that this is just one of the amazing museums you can see in the city.
Hey, we saw that place earlier.
Yeah,
Independence Hall.
those guys weren't there though.
What'd you think of the museum?
It's a great museum. I love all the artifacts. It kind of walks you historically through everything, so you get a feel for how things developed and everything. Yeah, I thought it was really well done.
If you're interested in the American Revolution, it's definitely the best museum probably on that you can find.
We had 2 more spots to visit in the Old City before exploring some of the more modern parts of Philadelphia, and the first was Betsy Ross' house. This historic landmark in Philadelphia is supposed to be where upholsterer and flag maker Betsy Ross lived when she sewed the first American flag. Whether or not she lived here while creating the flag is still debated by historians, but regardless, it's a beautiful piece of history that's well worth walking through and learning more about while you're in the city.
That is a tiny museum, but it was a lot of fun to learn more about the woman who supposedly created the American flag.
It was also really interesting that the grandson, I think it was just giving a talk somewhere and sharing that story about his grandmother making the flag, and it was like, whoa, nobody knew that, and that's what kind of started the ball rolling. We are in Elfreth's Alley, and you can actually buy a home that has been continually occupied since the time of our allegiance to the king.
Guess how much this home is going for right now? I scanned the QR code. 1, 2, 3. Pops, how much is it going for?
1.6 million.
Should we all band together and buy it?
Elfreth's Alley is supposedly the nation's oldest continuously lived-in residential street, dating back to 1703.
Yes, people really do live here and have since 1713. 29 of the 32 homes are privately owned. This is an awesome street, so picturesque and historic. Definitely don't miss this when you're in Philadelphia.
I loved this spot, and I wish I would have been able to go in one of the old homes and see them for myself. There is a museum located on the street, but it was closed when we went, and I've been told that they put on some pretty amazing holiday celebrations as well. Regardless of all of that, you definitely have to come and just walk up and down the street and take some pictures. It's beautiful every way you look.
All right, now we're heading on to get something to eat.
For lunch, we headed over to Reading Terminal Market, a love spot in the city that's been here since 1893 when it was actually located underneath the train station. The train station was relocated in 1984, but it's still going strong with over 100 vendors and everything you could possibly imagine to eat. And I have to say, if you're a foodie, then Philadelphia is one of the best cities for you. There is so much good food to eat here.
All right, this is called Tommy D. Nick's. It's the roast pork sandwich. It supposedly was the best sandwich in America in like 2014. So go for it, Pops. Let's try it.
Very good. Not like a huge powerful flavor.
I would say this is a very good sandwich. I like that it has almost like a horseradish taste to it, and the meat inside is very good. I'm not gonna go best sandwich in America, but I'm also not disappointed. It's a good sandwich.
After sharing a sandwich, we decided we needed to go explore the market and find a few more things to try before we headed on. Two of the foods that Philadelphia is known for are soft pretzels and Pennsylvania Dutch food.
Finishing our tour of the market with Miller's pretzels and the famous apple dumpling from the Dutch place, or something like that.
That is really, really good. The apple is perfect. Yeah, breading on the outside is amazing. Yeah, that's excellent.
The sign says this was voted one of the best desserts in Pennsylvania. No arguments. Incredible apple dumpling and incredible pretzels. Both good choices while you're in the market.
This is the money whooping pig. Ready to see it come out?
Right into the bottom. Philly has been really fun so far. That was a great place to go get food. Lots of unique options, lots of good things to eat. And now we're going up somewhere really high. And by we, I mean I'm going, and Pops is going to sit at the coffee shop.
On the way over to the next stop, be sure to go to the statue known as the Bond, which is George Washington and Benjamin Franklin.
When I'm talking about the high thing, I'm going to go up. It's City Hall, which is right there. But we have a little bit of time to kill first, so we're going to go to the Love Park and then go up.
One of the most photographed places in Philadelphia is the Love statue, which was installed in 1976. The statue is a permanent fixture in John F. Kennedy Plaza, which is also known as Love Park.
YouTube followers.
Pops loves you. So there it is, JFK Park, where the Love statue is. Now we're heading on to City Hall.
If you want to visit the top of City Hall, which you absolutely should, you need to get a ticket in advance, and when we went, it cost $16. The tower tour started from the City Hall Visitor Center, and it only lasts about 25 minutes. Alternatively, there is a longer City Hall tour that allows you to explore a lot more of the inside of the building if that's something you're interested in. The tour makes its way all the way up to the base of the City Hall Tower, and from there you actually have to get inside of an 100-year-old elevator that only 4 people can ride at a time. Even if I could have convinced Pops to get all the way to this part of the tour, there's no way he would have gotten the elevator, and I have to say, I was happy when the doors opened again as well. When we arrived, we were 548 feet up, right at the base of William Penn.
We've made it to the top. Excellent views up here, and you can even see William Penn up there.
When you get to the top, the views are pretty great, and it's 360 degrees, you can see in every direction. Because they limited the amount of people that could be up here at one time, it felt pretty spacious as you were walking around and taking in all of the different views. You could even see Love Park below you and the art museum where Rocky runs up the steps. More on that later. We had about 7 minutes to explore before having to head down.
So we were all the way up there. That was a really cool experience. If that's something you're interested in doing, be sure to get the tickets in advance as they go pretty quickly, and it's definitely worth doing while you're down here. Some great views up there and cool history. So it's like 95 degrees with 75% humidity. It is very, very hot today, so we're going to get a Philadelphia staple, water ice.
No, that's not right. That's not right. Yeah, and it's Italian too. It's Italian water ice is how you say it. Water.
Water ice.
Regardless of how you say it, John's is supposed to be the best place to get it.
Outstanding. Like the lady said, you typically usually go lemon, but lemon and cherry are both good. But it's very good.
Don't put my thing down. She said lemon and cherry are both the most popular flavors.
What did I just say? Lemon and cherry?
He said I only could go typically lemon. It's like I haven't been eating cold things my whole life. I got a brain freeze and I'm this far in. That is so good though, especially on a hot day like today. It's like very small granulars of ice and lots of good flavor. The lemon is good and tart too. Definitely a win.
You guys know us, the heat and humidity couldn't keep us down, and so we were off to our next stop.
This isn't Pop's choice, but we are going to the Eastern State Penitentiary right now.
Eastern State Penitentiary was built in 1829 and it was ran until 1971. The jail was infamous because it tried a separate incarceration tactic, which basically meant that all of the inmates were in a form of solitary confinement.
This is crazy to listen to the audio tour and to walk through some of these cells. Wow.
This is a place you could easily spend a few hours, and they give you an audio tour that's actually narrated by Steve Buscemi. The prison was laid out like a wagon wheel with different spokes, and it could hold up to 500 prisoners in isolation. At first, people thought that the isolation was a great way to do prison, and there was 300 prisons worldwide that were designed after this one. But in 1913, due to overcrowding and the impact it had on the people, they abandoned the isolation system. This is actually a pretty heavy place to explore, especially hearing the different stories of the inmates that you can hear on the audio tour. And out in the back of the cell area, there's a big graph that shows how many people are incarcerated in the United States currently.
There's also a story about the governor's dog who killed his wife's favorite cat and was put in jail for life. His name was Pep.
He was a bad boy.
Of course, he didn't actually put him in prison. There was just a dog that was donated to be with the inmates. That's the update that they put on that. So it was just a good thing to help the inmates.
One of the last fascinating aspects of the prison is that it actually held Al Capone for some time. They showed what his cell supposedly looked like, and it definitely seemed like he had some ins with the guards.
Check it out, Pep the dog provides dog treats if you bring your dog.
I mean, a fascinating spot. Old, the idea of penitentiary was penitence, that the people who are in here would repent and live a better life, whether that was true or not. A lot of the things with the silence and social isolation, that just wreaked havoc on people's minds. Probably good this place is closed.
Definitely take the time to do the audio tour though if you have it. It's so interesting to listen to. Here we are at our second to last stop. Pops is gonna run up the stairs in 100% humidity.
I know I've used the word iconic a lot in this video, but Philadelphia really is full of iconic spots, with the next one being the Rocky statue and the steps that he ran up in the movie. I can't play that here, but if you've never seen it, search YouTube for Rocky running up the steps and you'll probably find it.
All right, we got our Rocky photos, which you can see here. Only one last thing to do, and that's to run up the stairs. All right, here we go.
I have to say, one of the most fun things about this spot is just seeing all of the people enjoying running up and down the stairs. Where do you ever see that?
Well done, hot day.
That was challenging on a hot, humid day like this. Rocky's footprints, epic views of the city. I turned around and Pops is running. Here he is. He's almost made it to the top. Don't fall. Woo! Hold on, let me see some punches. There you go. Well done, Rocky Balboa, aka Pops.
It's not as hard as I thought.
The art museum is also at the top of the stairs, but it is closed today, so we're heading on to cheesesteaks. This is a really fun spot just to see everybody taking videos running up the stairs. I love it.
When you're a tourist in Philadelphia, there's basically only one place you head for cheesesteaks.
All right, cheesesteaks are an institution in Philadelphia, and one street corner has Geno's on one side and Pat's on the other. They've been competing for decades.
My dad got in line at Pat's, which is supposedly where the cheesesteak originated from, and I went across the street and got in line at Geno's. We both grabbed exactly the same thing and then brought it back to try. While cheesesteaks might not seem that important to you, my entire life has been defined by every sandwich we ever eat being compared to the Philadelphia cheesesteak. To my dad, it is the pinnacle of sandwiches and nothing can compare to it.
All right, so they look very different. There's the Geno's. It almost looks like it has more, you know, grease or something on the melt. This one looks a little bit drier. Maybe a little bit less meat, kind of hard to tell, but they definitely have a different appearance. Pops, what makes a cheesesteak?
All right, critical things. I would say minimally 3 things. One, obviously, is the roll. The roll's got to be really good. If you look at these rolls, these both are of good quality. They're not too hard, but they still have a good crust on them. The second thing is the meat. It's got to be good meat, not fatty stuff, whatever. The third is the cheese, obviously, is critically important too. You want good American cheese. It's got a nice flavor to it. Grilled onions, got to have grilled onions. Sometimes I'm in the mood for mayonnaise on mine, although I'm in a minority with that.
You have a good one. You shouldn't have to put mayonnaise on it.
You know,
Where are you going first?
don't tell me what to do with my cheese. I can't see what the labels are, so I'm just going to tear one in half and bite it, and then go with the other one, and bite it, and then I'll tell you what I think. All right, so here's the first one. Bread is perfect. Meat is very good. I don't think there's any cheese on this. If there is, it's hard
That's
to
cheese. It's cheese right there.
It needs more cheese. I'll tell you that right up front.
Like, there's cheese on both sides of the roll, but not enough cheese for Pops.
I think-
All right, let's see it. What's the
here's this
second
one.
one?
They're both really good. I think between the two, I have to go with this one.
You're going Geno's?
Oh, is that what this is?
All right, Geno's for Pops. Even with the lack of cheese you complained about?
Yep.
All right, my turn. Those are very different looking cheesesteaks, as you can tell. Geno's and Pat's. I have no dog in the fight, so I don't care about knowing beforehand. Good onions, good meat. I can taste cheese. Yeah, the roll is a lot more dry on this one. I would prefer it to be like this, a little bit more kind of juicy, and the roll is kind of almost moist and squishy when you're eating it. This one's much more dry, so I'm going Geno's as well.
Be sure to let us know which one of these you think is the best in the comments.
You know it wouldn't be a true video if we didn't try one more cheesesteak, though. We've been asking a bunch of locals. They told us to go to Jim's, so we're gonna go to Jim's now and try their cheesesteak.
Multiple people told us that Jim's is the best place to get a cheesesteak in Philadelphia, so we figured we had to go over there and give it a try. Geno's and Pat's are both thin slices of meat, where here they chop it up into small pieces and it's more of like a ground beef consistency. They then put cheese on the bread and basically melt the cheese directly into the meat before tossing on onions and finishing it off.
All right, that looks strong. We'll see though. We'll see if it's that much better or not.
Meat is chopped much more finely. The roll is way softer than in the other two places. So much moisture. The roll is perfect, real soft. Yeah, I think this would be the top of the 3 that we've tasted. It was really nice.
All right, my turn. I'm already excited about this. Look at those big old onions too. I love onions. It's interesting to have the meat like that. It's like a completely different experience than the way that it was chopped before. I'm not sure which one I would prefer. I like the way that it was before, and it's definitely a totally different feel. But I would say overall, the combination of kind of the moistness with the bread and the good strong meat and cheese, the onions, that's a pretty strong cheesesteak right there. All right, now it's your turn. Let us know how you prefer your cheesesteak in the comments and if we need to go to a different place next time we're in Philly. Also, there's ants climbing the building outside the window.
All right, for our last stop of the day, we headed down to the waterfront as I love bridges and I wanted to see the Ben Franklin Bridge, and we headed to the Cherry Street Pier. This spot has a cool history as it's one of the only surviving piers from the early 20th century. What's really unique about it now is that instead of letting it fall into disrepair, they actually created a cool artist in residency program here. You can apply to be one of the artists that revolve every year or so, and you can actually get an office space to work out of in this amazing location. When we were there was a taco truck that was selling tacos and margaritas, and there was an ice cream truck so you could grab some food and then just enjoy the views. And wow, are the views amazing here. You can see the Ben Franklin Bridge stretching out over the water, and you can see the remains of the old pier. It is such a cool spot.
What'd you think about this spot, Pops?
This is a really cool find. I knew nothing about this spot. Obviously, I knew about the Ben Franklin Bridge and the Walt Whitman Bridge down there. But just a really nice little spot. I love how it's got an artist community here and they're displaying their work. Really fun find.
Plus they got tacos and ice cream that you can take and sit and eat out there if you want to.
Thanks for coming with us to visit Philadelphia. Philadelphia is a city I grew up close to, visited many times throughout the years. The food is amazing. The history is incredible. You got to come visit sometime. You will not regret it.
We started our second day on the Lincoln Highway by heading to Federal Donuts. Federal Donuts has 11 locations around Philadelphia, and their website says that they are donuts meets chicken, and you can get donuts in the morning, chicken in the afternoon.
Looks good.
I'm gonna try it too.
Way better than usual. Much more chocolatey than usual, which you're always looking for. Very nice.
I'm a fan. And then Pop's got peach cobbler, and I got blueberry vanilla. I would say that's one of the best donut shops I've been to in a long time. Perfect icing to cake ratio and just really good flavors, so definitely check that out. Now we're heading out on the Lincoln Highway.
Throughout this journey, there's multiple cities that we stop overnight at, and you can see the videos for all of those cities in the description. This is already a long 2-part series, but if you want to see me put all of the cities back in and make a 5-hour video, let me know in the comments and maybe I'll make another version.
This is our first stop of the day. It's about 15 minutes off the Lincoln Highway and it's Valley Forge.
One of the most fascinating things about the Lincoln Highway, and something that makes sense as you think about it, is how the highway passes so many famous sites on its way out west. If this was the first transcontinental road, then it would make sense that travelers would want to go by famous spots like Valley Forge and Gettysburg.
So when I was a kid growing up in this area, I desperately wanted one of these tri-cornered hats. And I remember the day I got it. Oh man, I wore it all the time. I was probably 8 years old or 10 years old.
Valley Forge was the winter camp for the Continental Army under George Washington during the American Revolutionary War. Their stay here was particularly brutal, and it lasted around 6 months, with an estimated 1,700 to 2,000 soldiers dying from disease, malnourishment, and cold.
Here's what the typical barracks looked like. Lots of men sleeping in each one of these.
Because of its significance to the war, this became a popular tourist attraction, and it draws 2 million visitors a year. There's a great museum and visitor center where you can learn all about Valley Forge, and there's even a movie you can watch. And then when you're done, there's a self-guided driving tour that takes you to many of the famous spots along the battlefield. Of all the things we saw in Valley Forge, I thought the National Memorial Arch was one of the most unique.
So it's interesting, this was built around 1917, shortly after the start of the Lincoln Highway, so there's a good chance people might have stopped here.
Our last stop before leaving Valley Forge was George Washington's headquarters. To visit this spot, you need to park and then walk about a quarter mile down to where the house is located. This historic house was built in 1773, and it's where George Washington lived and managed the army during their stay in 1777.
We're definitely doing a whirlwind tour of Valley Forge. I would recommend you have at least a half day if you come over here, but we wanted to at least see what we could see before we headed on.
If you want to see everything in Valley Forge, you should really plan a full day here.
Saying goodbye to Valley Forge, and we are heading out again towards the Lincoln Highway. All right, so we're at the place that Pop says makes the best hoagies in the entire world. Do you want to know what it is? Wawa gas station. Here we go.
Yeah.
We get a $6 classic.
When I was like a teenager, when I'd come home, my mother would always go to Wawa down the street, and they're solid. They're not terrible. So I didn't say they're the best ever, but I'd say they're not terrible.
So Stromboli is something that Pops has been making my entire life, and there's Stromboli flavored chips in Philly. Are we gonna give them a try?
Like a Stromboli right out of the oven.
Wow, I think it's better than the Stromboli that Pops makes.
Yeah, cheaper to make too.
From Valley Forge, we drove about an hour east until we got into the Pennsylvania Dutch part of the state of Pennsylvania and decided to stop at a Dutch town and country market for something called shoe fly pie.
We found this spot right off of the highway that has what looks to be good shoe fly pie, even though I don't know what it's supposed to look like.
Looks incredible. I think molasses is an important component, but literally Lincoln Highway is right behind us here. So we're right on the road. Very molassesy. Kind of like a dry top. Delicious. I really like it. Not like anything else I've had.
The next place we're going to is a place that a lot of people stop for shoe fly ply, but it's not open today, so that's why we found this spot. So if you want to go, you can go to the next spot, or you can go here and you can try a classic Pennsylvania dessert. This is the spot we were planning to go to, but unfortunately closed on Wednesdays. Let us know how the shoe fly pie is in the comments.
Only 5 minutes away from Pie, there was 2 unique hotels, the Steamboat Inn and this one.
So this has nothing to do with the Lincoln Highway, but this is the Cartoon Network Hotel, and it has Jake and Finn from one of my favorite cartoon shows back in the day. So we're gonna go inside and look around a little bit.
I had no idea that a Cartoon Network hotel existed, and after researching it, this is actually the second Cartoon Network hotel, with the first being in Taiwan. This hotel still looked like it was going strong, and it seemed like a pretty cool place to go with families.
Inside they told me this is the only Cartoon Network hotel in the world, and that they made it to go next to the Dutch Wonderland amusement park, which is right next door. I have to say, if I was traveling with my family, this looks pretty cool.
I have to tell you, Josh, though, there is a character showing up at 5 o'clock, but we're not staying. We have to keep going.
Oh, I could have taken my picture with them. Dang.
While still in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, we made our way through the small downtown area and out towards Wheatland, which was James Buchanan's house.
The sign over there says that he actually ran his presidential campaign from the house, and he gave speeches from the porch.
This house was built in 1828 and it was owned and used by the 15th President of the United States, James Buchanan.
If you're interested, you can take a guided tour of the house, but we're not going to do that on this one. Let us know how it is in the comments. This is the bathroom for the house, right here. Like you could hang out with everybody while you're using it.
The sign said that the bathroom here had 8 seats and that it was designed as an economical choice for a large family so that multiple people could use it at the same time. As we continued driving, we saw lots of signs for something called the Turkey Hill Experience, so we stopped to see what it was all about.
If you're traveling with kids, check out Turkey Hill Experience. We went in to see if it would be good for adults, and they basically said probably not, but you can create your own ice cream flavor and milk a mechanical cow, so probably really fun with kids. Right next to the Turkey Hill Experience, there's a museum that's dedicated to watches and clocks. Figured that might be cool to check out. Through this portal lies an adventure in time.
Here we go.
As we visit this museum, you may be asking where all the Lincoln Highway history is. Well, it's actually few and far between on this drive, so we used the road trip as an excuse to travel across America and to be able to stop at hidden gems we might have never seen, such as this watch museum. This museum was founded in 1977 and it has one of the largest collections of watches and clocks in the entire United States, if not the world. The people working there told me there's only one other museum like this in the country, and it's in Connecticut, and that it focuses more on American-made watches.
So I was telling Pops, one of the things I really like about these road trips, especially when you're not going through bigger cities, you're going through smaller areas, is finding these really niche museums, like that museum we just saw, or like the barbed wire museum that Pops fell in love with on Route 66. It's just incredibly cool to see the collections that some of these places have. And if you're interested at all in clocks or watches, you definitely have to go to that one.
And it was fascinating. We met a man here whose job is teaching the history of clocks. Isn't that incredible?
Yeah, it's a super cool stop.
As we left the town of Columbia, we saw a Lincoln Highway sign right before we crossed the major bridge. We pulled off to see it, and then we decided that we should probably go down and see the bridge from below as well.
This railway bridge was built here in 1898, and people traveling the Lincoln Highway would actually go across it and potentially had to hustle because trains would be coming. Ultimately, that bridge was destroyed, and this one here was built in 1930. And I believe at the time it was the longest concrete bridge like this in the world.
After taking it in, we drove across the bridge, and it's cool that this one is still open to drive across since it's so historic. And from there, the drive got more remote as we left the towns and headed into the fields.
The shoe house.
This is really cool. Look at that. Wow.
The sign outside said that the house was built in 1948 for an entrepreneur that was known as the Shoe Wizard and who used this to promote his chain of stores. And it's basically become an icon on the Lincoln Highway that everybody stops to see, even though it's privately owned.
The shoe house. How cool is that? Just in case you were wondering, you can actually stay at the shoe house. Looks like it's around $430 a night. It was booked basically the whole summer when we came through here, but if you want to stay, check it out.
My dad also tries to find spots that he's interested on the road trip, and he really wanted to go to this one because it showed up in a cartoon he used to like as a kid.
So I actually don't feel like eating a donut right now, but Pops wanted to come here because of a 1960s cartoon that he liked.
Cartoon, yeah, but
Called Zippy the Pinhead, and
Zippy
so
the Pinhead,
that's why we're at Maple Donuts right now, because Zippy ate at Maple Donuts.
Is where I saw that too was from Zippy the Pinhead. It's okay, it's not amazing.
Zippy overrated the donuts.
Overrated now.
I would say my Maple Donut was actually very good, so if you're needing a treat while you're driving this part of the highway, stop at Maple Donuts. Plus, the people there were so friendly.
Heading on, we entered the town of York, which has a statue of the Tin Man in the thinker pose, which is unique, and it also has a place called the Golden Plow Tavern. While this tavern built in the 1700s is worth seeing on its own, you definitely want to see the statue of Lafayette on front. Supposedly, this is where he raised a glass to George Washington, which signaled France's support of George Washington during the war. Leaving the town of York, it was about a 50-minute drive to Gettysburgh, which is where we are going to be spending the night. On the way there, keep your eyes peeled as there's a few Lincoln Highway signs and there's a few opportunities to see the cement Lincoln Highway markers along the way. Pennsylvania actually prides itself on being a Lincoln Highway corridor, so for the 200 miles that it goes through the state, there are a lot more statues and signs than there are in most states. We had already had a pretty full day before we got to Gettysburg, so we just headed to Appalachian Brewing Company, where Pops got a burger and I got a bowl with chicken and pineapple. Also, they make their own root beer ranch here as a side, which is pretty hard to beat.
And with that, day 2 on the Lincoln Highway has come to an end. We'll see you tomorrow. This morning we're going to spend a little bit of time exploring Gettysburg before we head out on the Lincoln Highway.
Of course, Gettysburg is another place that you need days to fully experience, and in this video we only spent a few hours here. When the Lincoln Highway was laid out, it was intentionally designed to go through Gettysburg, as it was a hugely significant part of American history and of Lincoln's history as well. We started the day at the Gettysburg National Cemetery, which is where President Lincoln gave his famous Gettysburg Address. Here's the memorial for the Gettysburg Address, which was given a few hundred yards from right here. The memorial has a bust of Lincoln, and it has a transcription of the address on both sides of him.
And here is the actual spot that the Gettysburg Address was given, right where that monument stands.
For me, it was pretty amazing to stand here as I had learned so much about this in school, and to be actually at the place where it happened was incredible. Gettysburg itself is much like Valley Forge, with a museum and visitor center, a movie that you can watch, and then a self-guided driving tour that you can take. Even though it's ran by the National Park Service, the museum does have an additional cost, but it's well worth it to see the fascinating amount of exhibits they have on display. As you're walking through the museum, it basically takes you through the entire battle, and even with the limited time I spent there, I left learning a lot more about Gettysburg.
So you need days to see this park, and we basically have about an hour to 2 hours, so I asked them what the main stops were on the auto tour portion, so we're going to do a couple of those before we head out on the highway.
They told me that the self-guided driving tour basically covers the essentials of the Gettysburg battlefield, and that the best way to experience it is actually to take a guided battlefield tour where you can have a guide that can tell you what you're looking at. One of the most interesting things to me were all of the different state memorials that honored the different soldiers from those states that died in the battle. We stopped at many of them along the drive, and then we continued to make our way towards Little Round Top.
Little Round Top was one of the most critical battles of the Civil War, and happened on July 2nd, 1863. Confederate General Robert E. Lee was launching attacks on this area like crazy, and it was back and forth and back and forth. And they got to the point where the Union Army in particular were running out of ammunition, and so they had this desperate last-minute bayonet charge, if you can imagine, and that was sufficient to hold off the Confederate Army. And the Union Army ended up holding this area for the remainder of the battle. But it was one of the most brutal battles of the war.
One of the things you must see while you're up here is the monument to the 12th and 44th New York Infantry Regiments. It's called the Castle by Many, and you can actually walk to the top and get a great view over the battlefield.
Unfortunately, this is the last thing we're gonna see today because we're heading out on the highway, but I will definitely be back here and I'm gonna plan a few days to see it all.
Saying goodbye to the Gettysburg battlefield, we made our way back into historic downtown Gettysburg to see a statue that my dad wanted to see of Lincoln and to see the house that he supposedly spent the night at before he gave his address. Next to the house is a statue called Return Visit, which features a life-size Abraham Lincoln who's talking to a visitor and showing him around downtown Gettysburg. It's a little random, but I thought it was a fun way to do an Abraham Lincoln statue. About 15 minutes away from the city, we pulled off to go to the historic Round Barn, which is right off of the Lincoln Highway.
We haven't seen any Lincoln Highway signs, so it's cool to see one of our first signs telling us about something on the Lincoln Highway.
The sign talked about the beautiful round barn and said how it's an endangered species as there used to be a lot of these fruit stands and they're no longer here. Downstairs you can find all of the fruit and antiques for sale, but be sure to go upstairs where you can see the stunning round barn from the inside. The owners told me that they have a lot of events here and that it was actually set up for a wedding the previous day. We said goodbye to the barn and grabbed some fruit to take with us on our journey so that Pops didn't just eat hamburgers.
Hi there. How about stopping and chatting a little while?
I did not expect her to start talking to me.
And I'm Nick here at Mr. Ed's. It was nice there, but I have more fun here.
We heard that this place allows you to have candy and see elephants. What more could you want from a roadside stop?
I wonder if there's elephant candy.
Mr. Ed's has a 50-year history in this area with multiple different locations and a storied past. Now it's a loved, family-friendly spot with thousands of different elephant collectibles on display and lots of different elephants that you can purchase for yourself as well.
Look at all of these different pets dispensers.
Plus there's candy, things for kids to play on, and of course the Elephant Museum.
What do you guys think about this face with elephants coming out of it? Pop says it's one of the...
This is one of the creepiest things I've seen, but maybe this is a depiction of the owner here. He's got elephants on the brain.
Elephants on the brain.
We spent a good 20 minutes just walking around and taking it all in, and it's one of those places where you probably see something new every time you visit.
Before we leave, of course, Pops will never forget Mr. Ed's. And now he's an elephant here.
I'll never forget.
I'll bet I'm the first elephant that ever talked to you.
I love roadside stops like that. At dawn.
As we continued driving on, we reached a part of the Lincoln Highway that had these art projects called giants. The first one we saw was a pickup truck. There were also a dozen or so murals on this drive, which is called the Lincoln Highway Heritage Corridor, and you can get a map of all of these online. We tried to find as many as we could, but we even missed a couple of them, and a few of them are not in very good condition either. Heading on, the next roadside giant we got to was $0.25, and then we got to a place called the Igloo, which is like a roadside attraction that you would see on Route 66 and which still sells ice cream through the drive-thru. Believe it or not, based on what we've eaten on this drive so far, we weren't actually in the mood for ice cream, so we continued on and saw another mural in Everett.
Here's our next roadside attraction, the coffee pot. It was put in 1927, and here is an old photo of what it used to look like.
It's not open currently, and there's really not much going on, but there's plans to maybe have it be a visitor center in the future.
Even though it wasn't open, I love that this spot was still here and that they were trying to preserve it, and there were some Lincoln Highway planters out front.
There's also a cool gas station about a half mile down if you want to see that as well.
This is another awesome find on the drive, as the Art Deco structure was built in 1933 and it was still in great condition. As you continue driving on, you'll see little glimpses from Lincoln Highway's past, such as the Lincoln Motor Court, which is how a lot of the accommodations along the road would have been.
Years ago, there used to be a place here called the Storyland Kiddie Park, and this was the Pied Piper that would draw the children in.
The park is long since gone, but Pops and I always love seeing these types of things along a historic road. We didn't stop a lot in this section as we had two places that we wanted to see before they closed for the day, and the first was the Flight 93 Memorial. This memorial is out in a remote part of Pennsylvania, and it was built to commemorate the crash of Flight 93, which is one of the 4 aircrafts that were hijacked during the September 11th attacks. This is the actual spot where the plane crashed, and you can see a memorial for the crew and passengers and even a little bit of the wreckage out in the distance. I would have liked to have spent more time here, but we had to get to a museum about the Lincoln Highway before it closed.
With 30 minutes to spare, we made it to the Lincoln Highway Experience, one of the only museums on the Lincoln Highway on the entire drive.
When we entered, we were told we were visiting the largest museum in America dedicated to sharing the story of the Lincoln Highway. And after driving the entire thing, I can say that that is the truth. This museum is not even that big, but so much of Lincoln Highway's history is lost, and it's amazing that they're trying their best to preserve it here.
You have kids, there's lots of things that they can do in this little room, including race cars. Here's a lot of information on the coffee pot. Plus, there was a ship hotel that used to be on here, but unfortunately it burned down. It looks pretty amazing though.
The museum's main focus was on the history of the pieces along the Lincoln Highway Heritage Corridor in Pennsylvania. So you're not going to see a lot of information on the Lincoln Highway outside of the state. That being said, they have a lot of history here, they have a lot of photos that you can look at, and the docents and volunteers were incredible to answer all of the questions that we had. In the back, they have some of their biggest exhibits, including cars, an old diner, and a replica of an old room from the ABC Motel.
At the end of the time at the museum, you get to go inside of an old 1930s diner and have coffee and a slice of pie.
This part was definitely the highlight for us, as a cup of coffee and a slice of pie was included with the museum entrance fee. And there was a volunteer back there who just talked about the Lincoln Highway with us the entire time we were eating our pie.
Pops is getting a little Lincoln to add to our dashboard for the rest of the trip.
He's going to go with me on the trip, and now I have a memory. I'll paint him red and blue when I get back.
Why you gotta paint him red and blue?
Have you been on Lincoln Highway before?
Yeah,
this is the thing, right? So
It's cool that they have an electric vehicle charging station here too if you're driving one.
So they just focus on their 200-mile stretch here, but it's definitely very good, and I wish there was more of these that focused on other 200-mile stretches along the road.
we have a new travel companion. It is Abe himself. What do you think about going with us? Oh, you like that? Yeah? Yeah? Look at the one do you like better. Do you like Josh better or Pops better? Oh, Pops! He likes Pops better.
All we need to do is put him on the dashboard. We didn't have to have a conversation with him. Our road trip can officially start now.
It's cool too, this Lincoln Highway Experience where I just bought this. They said, would you send us pictures of where you are with your Lincoln? And I said, absolutely. So we'll be emailing them some pictures along the road.
As we continued on with our end goal of Pittsburgh in sight, we saw another mural and another Lincoln Highway giant, this time of an old car.
You know we love a good roadside attraction when we're stopping, and what's more random than the Big Mac Museum, which was designed on the 40th anniversary of the Big Mac to celebrate its creation about 40 miles south of here.
That is the biggest Big Mac I've ever seen. Look at Pops for reference right there. Pops loves himself a Big Mac too.
I actually do love a good Big Mac every so often. Can you see this? This is exactly what the real thing looks like.
Beautiful, a beautiful burger. I guess this is the official Big Mac Museum. Not too much going on here.
This museum basically had 6 different things that you could see and a history of McDonald's.
2 all beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun.
It worked so good he still remembers it.
Alright, well that was a pretty lackluster museum, but at least there was a big Big Mac that you got to see, and now we're heading on to Pittsburgh.
From here, we just continued on to our hotel, the Omni William Penn, right in downtown Pittsburgh. When it opened in 1916, it was called the grandest hotel in the nation.
We made it to our hotel, the Omni William Penn. I wanted to stay here because it's been here since 1916, so technically it would have been here for the Lincoln Highway as well. And we got a good deal. I think it's pretty expensive normally, but for this random weekday in July, it was around $175 for the night. So pretty cool place to stay. That's it for today. Thanks for exploring the Lincoln Highway with us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, and there is a speakeasy in the basement, and so we did go down there for a drink before calling it a night.
That's the hotel we stayed in from 1916 while driving the Lincoln Highway, and today we are exploring the city of Pittsburgh.
We spent the previous night at the Omni William Penn right in the heart of Pittsburgh, which was a great jumping off point for walking and exploring the downtown area the following morning. We just grabbed a bagel and a cup of coffee from our hotel, and then we headed down towards Market Square to begin our exploration. The square is like a social hub in the city, and it's a great place to get some food, especially later in the day for lunch or dinner.
So there's Market Square over there, and if you walk down this alley, you get to PPG Place, which is pretty impressive. Look at all of these crazy glass buildings all around us.
Named for Pittsburgh Plate Glass Company, which has been in the city since the late 1800s, this plaza was built in the 1980s with over 19,000 pieces of glass. The one thing I kept thinking when I was here is how difficult it would be to keep all of this so clean and reflective. I have to say it's very impressive and something I had no idea I was going to see when I planned a trip to Pittsburgh. As we continued our walk, a dinosaur at the base of one of the buildings caught our eye.
Heinz Ketchup is from Pittsburgh, so it's only fitting that there's a Heinz Ketchup dinosaur down here, complete with a twist-off top nose. So many random things to see down here. We found Snoopy, which apparently covers electrical wires and sits in downtown Pittsburgh.
Continuing our walk through the downtown area, we headed out towards Point State Park.
We got lucky with staying down in the city on an off time when it wasn't too expensive. I have no idea how much parking would be to come down here and do this or how the public transit works, but we're walking this first half of the day and then we're going to be driving the second half of the day.
Point State Park, also known as The Point, is 36 acres of nature right in the heart of the city. The park features some of the remains of Fort Pitt, including a museum that's dedicated to the fort that was built in 1764. Across from the museum, you can even see a block house that was built during that time. Then, of course, the main point of interest is the fountain that's out on the point and that was built in the 1970s. There's a nice walk along the Three Rivers Heritage Trail that takes you out to it.
We made it out to the point. Pops is around exploring, doing something else, but beautiful fountain, beautiful city views, and you can even see the Mr. Rogers sculpture over there. Hopefully we'll be able to see it later today, but this is cool. You can also see the incline, which is famous. There's two of them in the city, and they're right over there. We're going to be doing that next.
The fountain here is massive, shooting high into the sky with about a 200-foot wide basin. The fountain sits at the confluence of three rivers, the Ohio River, the Allegheny River, and the Monongahela River. These three rivers gave the city a distinct geographic advantage and played a huge role in its creation as a port city. It's awesome to see the way this is highlighted here with the fountain and the beautiful views.
I'm really digging Pittsburgh so far. This is an incredibly cool walkway that they have along the water that goes under the bridges. I've seen a ton of people out here just walking their dogs, running, biking. It's like a very active and fun city. We're leaving the downtown area and we're walking over the bridge, which is about 3/4 of a mile to get to the incline. I love bridges, so any opportunity to walk over them is cool with me.
This iconic yellow bridge is known as the Fort Pitt Bridge, and it crosses the Monongahela River. It's great that the city's Three Rivers Heritage Trail has a pedestrian part that crosses the bridge, which makes it easy to walk on.
It's really noisy since you're right next to the cars, but this is so cool. This bridge was built in 1959.
This is actually the third bridge that crossed the river near this location. The first one was actually put in 1877, showing how far back the city goes.
That was really fun to walk over that bridge. And now we're just walking downhill to get to the incline. Plus, check out these views of the city from over here.
Notice how much that building with all the windows looks like a castle on the skyline.
Pops, are you ready to ride the incline?
I think this is going to be really cool. Such a hilly city, that's the only way to get up and down in some places, I guess.
If you're driving, there is a parking lot at the bottom of the hill that allows you easy access to this. Make sure you bring some cash and you pay for your fee, and then you board the next funicular. If you want to learn a lot more about this, Pops has a video on his channel that I'll link to in the description. But basically, it was built in 1877 to carry people and cargo up and down Mount Washington. The ride itself only lasts a couple of minutes, and when we went, it cost $2.50 each way. I love that they still have this historic incline here, and it's so fun to ride up to the top and to get amazing views of the city. We decided to only ride it one way, and after a few minutes we made it to the top and were exiting the car. While there wasn't much to see in the lower station, there's actually a decent amount to see in the upper station, so be sure to give yourself some time to explore.
This is so cool. There's a little self-guided museum where you can see it actually running. I love the smell of these old machine shops too.
Once you've explored the inside, be sure to head outdoors, as this view is just something you'll never forget.
So it's funny, just up here, I was curious. There are 17 bridges that you can see from up here, which is just crazy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then there's much over there too. That's cool.
I read online that there's actually 446 bridges in Pittsburgh, and it has the most bridges of any city in the world. Supposedly it has 3 more than Venice, Italy.
After taking the incline, we're walking along the top of the ridge because we wanted to see one more viewpoint before heading back into the city for lunch.
Our goal was to get to Grandview Overlook, which is about a half-mile walk away. The view is largely blocked by houses and businesses until you pass Ulysses Street, and it really opens up. This will lead you out to the extended platform called Grandview Overlook, which gives you one of the best views of the city skyline. This really is a cool city skyline with the castle and with all the old buildings still down there.
You can continue walking along here and there's more overlooks. It's so awesome that this city has so many great overlooks of the downtown area. But we are heading on to get some famous Pittsburgh sandwiches.
From here we grabbed an Uber back to our hotel where our car was parked, and we spent the rest of the day driving around the city. For lunch we headed over to the famous Primanti Brothers, which is a Pittsburgh institution. We headed to the original location in the Strip District of Pittsburgh, which has been here since 1933. They're famous for their sandwiches, which have meat, cheese, lettuce, and tomatoes, but also have french fries and coleslaw added. When I asked about the history of the sandwich, they said back in the day they were made for Depression-era truck drivers so they could eat it with one hand while they were driving.
I mean, that's how you do a sandwich right there.
Yeah.
Pop's got Capicola and I got the Pittsburgher. See how much Pop's can open his mouth to eat this crazy sandwich.
How am I actually supposed to take a bite of this monster? Look at this thing. That's amazing. The smallest part of it's the meat. Look at it. Wow. I never thought I'd say it, but I love the coleslaw. The coleslaw is fabulous. Meat's good, bread soft, great that way.
This is as Pittsburgh as it comes, too. Getting a sandwich here, especially from the original spot.
All right, my turn. I got the burger. There's so much going on in that sandwich. I don't even know what I'm eating, but I'm definitely in. My review, I could not eat that all the time, but it was a great sandwich and great people. Any thoughts?
It was funny too. We were like, hey, we heard about the sandwich with French fries and coleslaw on it. Which one's that? And the lady's like, all of them. Pick your meat, and they're all like that. And the other thing was hilarious. We on the menu it said the number 2 favorite sandwich, and we said, well, what's the number 1? And she said beer, which was funny.
That's a good spot. Definitely check it out in Pittsburgh.
Leaving there, we drove 5 minutes to the Heinz History Center, which was voted one of the best history museums in the entire United States. The Heinz History Center is massive and is 270,000 square feet on multiple floors. It was named for Senator John Heinz III, who died in a plane crash in 1991. He was the great-grandson of the creator of Heinz Company.
Western Pennsylvania was the birthplace of the famous Jeep, and this is supposedly the world's oldest Jeep.
One of the best exhibits to see here is the one on the history of the Heinz Company. It was actually founded in 1869, and one of the best stories from it is about the pickle charms that they gave out during the World's Fair. They said this is what put the company on the map in the 1800s, as people were so excited about these they were lining up 100 deep to get the charms.
Supposedly 150 ketchup bottles.
How many ketchup bottles tall I have?
9 ketchup bottles tall.
As compared to 24 of the
Spam containers. You can see that video up here. There's also a great Mr. Rogers exhibit here because he was from the area, as we mentioned earlier.
If you want to do a deep dive on Mr. Rogers and his impact in the Pittsburgh area, you can see another video my dad made on that in the description. And while the exhibit on him is relatively small here, it's still cool to see with some actual props and things that he wore.
Fun fact is that most of Mr. Rogers' sweaters were actually made by his mom, and that they had buttons in the beginning, but the buttons were too hard to put on camera, so they switched to zippers. I know you'd expect it from supposedly the best museum in the United States, but this is an incredible spot. All the exhibits are so well put together and laid out and very visually interesting. It's definitely a cool museum that's worth your time.
In the history section, there's an exhibit on the Chicago World's Fair which tells you more about that Heinz pickle charm story I talked about earlier. This is easily a museum you could spend a couple hours at. A few more standout exhibits. First, there's one on the French and Indian War. Then there's one on Lewis and Clark and their journey. And then there's a massive area dedicated to Pittsburgh's sports history. If you're a fan of any of the teams, then you're definitely going to want to spend some time in this one. If you're not aware of it, be sure to read about Franco Harris and the Immaculate Reception here, as we'll be talking about that more later.
That was a really great museum. We were there for over an hour, and I think we probably saw half, if that, of what was there to see. Very cool. Definitely see it in Pittsburgh.
Really nice museum. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
For our next stop, we headed north and crossed one of the 400 bridges to find a parking spot next to the stadium.
This is one of the things I really wanted to see in the city, and Pops as well. It's the Mr. Rogers Memorial. You have any thoughts on Mr. Rogers?
He was just an incredibly good man, as far as I could tell from everything I've ever seen about him.
The statue was installed in 2009 and is officially called Tribute to Children. It sits out next to the water looking over the Pittsburgh skyline, and one of the coolest things about it is that the large arch behind him actually plays quotes from his show. So while you're standing out there taking it in, you can listen to different things that he said. I would have played them for you here, but unfortunately there was someone talking really loud on their phone, so it was hard to capture.
Such a cool memorial, and one of the best things about it is just hearing his words on repeat while you're walking around in there. It's beautiful.
Across the street is the football stadium, and you'll see a sign that talks about how the first professional football game was actually played right here in 1892. Just in this location, not in the stadium, obviously.
Before leaving, if you're a sports fan or a Steelers fan, then you have to come see the spot of the Immaculate Reception. Here's the shoe print. This is close to where it happened.
If you don't know what the Immaculate Reception is, pause this video, go search YouTube and watch it, and then come back. And the sign says that one play changed the history of the storied franchise. It's a play that will be remembered as a turning point as they clinch their first playoff win and their first step towards becoming the dominant NFL team of the era. From there, we drove about 5 minutes down the street to the Andy Warhol Museum. We were immediately greeted by some massive art installations from the artist KAWS outside, which was cool to see as well. This museum doesn't allow video, only photos, and it is the largest museum dedicated to a single artist in North America. It's 7 floors and it has 17 galleries inside. I enjoyed the museum and was glad I went, but the layout was a little bit broad and I actually expected to see more of his work there than I actually did.
But if you're interested at all in his work, then you should definitely check it out while you're here. We spent about an hour to an hour and a half there. This has kind of been an art-focused day, but our next stop is this folk art place called Randyland.
If you watch our videos, then you know I always seek out folk art installations whenever I visit a new city. I hope to make a video on all of them sometime in the future, as there's so many unique ones around the United States. Randyland showcases found object art, and it was created by Randy Gilson when he bought the property in 1995. I've been told it's one of the most photographed spots in Pittsburgh, and you can see why, as it's incredibly colorful and you never know what's around each bend. There's no charge to enter, but there is some things for sale that you can purchase to help support it.
It's a quick stop, but I love folk art and I love seeking it out anytime I'm in a new city.
Right down the road was our second of 3 unique art spots known as the Mattress Factory.
I have no idea what to expect from this museum. I was just told that I needed to go, and they told me that it's interactive, can be freaky, so see what we're gonna see.
I'm already excited. We're in an art gallery. You have to put on hard hats and glasses to even enter.
Means I'm gonna be bending down a lot.
Yeah, I don't think Pops is gonna make it too far into this one. Yeah, Pops couldn't make it through the front of this one, so it's just me in here.
You start on the top floor and you make your way down, and literally you will never have any idea what's going to greet you when you go into the next room. When I made it down to the next floor, I was shocked to see that they had a Kusama art installation here.
This is so trippy. It basically just feels like it goes on and on forever.
This is definitely a cool find in the museum, as I had seen one of her installations in Los Angeles, and it was really cool to see another one here. Going down one more floor, there are permanent installations from James Turrell, who I've seen other art from during my travels around the United States. The person working at the front counter said this museum was a pioneer of site-specific installation art, and that it started with the main building in 1982, and then they bought surrounding properties so that they could do different installations. It was fun to wander around the streets and to go into the different buildings that had the installations, but I would say that this museum was probably even too contemporary for me, as I had a hard time understanding what I was looking at.
Oh, here comes a train. Choo choo! The train has a video camera on it. Pops, you blend in with the room. Maybe you're supposed to be part of this piece.
Well, that was certainly something. I have never experienced anything like that before. I didn't know what I was looking at half of the time, but it was definitely, you never knew what was gonna happen at each room you went into. So if you're into contemporary art, you might enjoy that one.
So we are at the last of our installations for today, and that is Bicycle Heaven Bicycle Museum.
Here we go.
According to their website, Bicycle Heaven is the largest museum in the world dedicated to bicycles. They have over 3,500 bicycles with an additional 25,000 in storage.
This is 100% the most bikes I have ever seen in one place in my life.
It's free to enter because it's actually a working bike shop, and they can even fix your bike here.
There's a second floor to this museum as well.
I thought the downstairs area was impressive, but when I went up to the second floor museum, that blew my mind. The amount of bikes that they have in one place is overwhelming, and it's basically as far as the eye can see in either direction. I saw a sign on the second floor that said that they do rent it out sometimes for events, and that would be a pretty cool place to hold an event for sure.
Pops, what do you think about this place?
This is the most comprehensive museum I think I've ever seen. I mean, thousands and thousands of bicycles, everything you can imagine. It's pretty complete as far as I'm concerned.
I can't imagine anywhere on earth that has more bicycles than this place.
Like Pop said, that was such a cool museum. Definitely go there. We have one more thing we're gonna do, and that's to get another unique Pittsburgh food.
If you're from Pittsburgh, let me know how you feel about this spot, but this is what I believe is called Beato's Pizza, and they do something a little different with their pizza here.
Alright, so this is a crazy spot where they cook the bread and the sauce, and then they do not cook the cheese or the toppings. And it is something that people told us to try here, so. Also though, Pop's got anchovies. Please tell me in the comments if anyone else ever gets anchovies.
The only problem with anchovies is you have to get it on a separate piece by yourself, and everybody always whines if you have anchovies. on
Exactly. Alright, the cold pizza with cold. Is it anchovies cold?
Anchovies are cold and the cheese is cold.
Yum.
Here we go. It's very good. It's different. Different than you would typically have with melted cheese, but it is still very good. Good sauce. Yeah.
Alright, Pops is in with the cold pizza. Alright, here we go. My turn. That is not bad. I don't know about cold onions on top of the pizza. That might have been a bad call, but good sauce, good crunch from the crust. It's pretty good.
All right, the more I think about it, the more it kind of felt like a deep dish pizza to me, with that deep dish thick crust, and then the sauce had like big old tomatoes in it, like a deep dish pizza had. But both of us really thought it was a pretty good slice of pizza. I'm not complaining.
Was really strong.
Yeah, it's almost hard to call it pizza because it's so different, but it's pretty good.
And that's it for our day in Pittsburgh.
saying goodbye to our cool hotel in Pittsburgh. We spent the entire day exploring Pittsburgh yesterday, which you can see up here, and now we're heading to Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Pittsburgh is a really cool city, and my dad and I had a great time exploring it, so be sure to watch that video and see all of the amazing bridges they have around the city. Surprisingly though, the downtown actually doesn't have a lot of great breakfast options, so we headed through the Fort Pitt Tunnel and about 15 minutes away to go to a coffee shop. We ended up heading to Carnegie Coffee Company in Carnegie, Pennsylvania, which was a great spot with cortados and breakfast sandwiches.
We have made it to West Virginia, Pops.
Woohoo!
What state number is that?
It's our 4th state, and we are going to be here for, let's count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles.
Our first major stop of the day in Chester, West Virginia, the world's largest teapot.
I'm glad they have a cool stop like this since we only have 5 miles in the state.
Looks like at one point in time you could get candy, pop, or hot dogs. Nothing anymore though.
The teapot exists because at one point in time, Chester was the largest pottery industry in the world. The teapot's 14 feet by 14 feet, and it's been used as many different things over the years. We tried to find something else to do in West Virginia before we crossed over, and so we explored the town of Chester a little bit, saw a Lincoln Highway sign, and then went out to a good viewpoint that a local told us about.
This is a cool overlook for the bridge that we're going to be crossing next as we go into Ohio.
So this, where we're looking at, is the Ohio River, kind of between West Virginia and Ohio.
It was a beautiful day, and the Ohio River looked really inviting with the boats out on it. For us though, we backtracked a little bit and then crossed the Jennings-Randolph Bridge. After crossing the bridge, we left the Lincoln Highway again to go to a unique point of interest that many people often overlook.
So if you can imagine, in 1785, this was the West in terms of the U.S. And people were wanting to move west, they wanted to buy property, whatever. And so in order to facilitate that, they set this up as what was called the point of beginning. And from here, land surveys went out so that you could kind of find a parcel and purchase it and whatever. And it continued to go across the United States, where this idea still goes on, and it actually was used in Hawaii and Alaska.
Heading back to the Lincoln Highway, we officially crossed over into our 5th state, Ohio. We stopped briefly at the Sturgis house, which has a sign outside that talked about how it was famous for displaying the body of Pretty Boy Floyd. From there though, it was a relatively remote area where there is a few Lincoln Highway signs but not much else to see along the route. This is a more common representation of the route as we head further west, leaving the big cities behind and getting to rural areas with small towns in between. Randomly, we found ourselves at the Spread Eagle Tavern, which was built in 1837. I wasn't expecting much from this place, but when we went inside, we were blown away by how cool it was. This is a hotel and restaurant, and you can actually eat in the basement, which is pretty cool. In the bottom floor, they have a death mask of Pretty Boy Floyd, which was cast after he was killed in Liverpool, Ohio. I'm honestly shocked that this place is still here and still in this condition after 150 years, and they told me that they just went through a 20-month restoration. It's a unique spot and one I wish I would have stayed at.
That place is incredibly cool and historic. So many interesting areas to explore. If you're looking for a place to stay or a place to eat, that's definitely a good one.
As we drove on from the tavern, we saw more Lincoln Highway signs along the side of the road and even one on this old bridge that was going over a small creek. Oh, and of course there was a large cow.
Minerva loves Lincoln Highway, and so far we have gone 462 miles and we have 2,927 left to go.
I remember seeing this sign as I was getting gas, and I couldn't believe that we were 5 days into the route and we had only gone 500 miles.
This is one of the areas we were most excited about today. It's about a mile or two of actual brick road from the Lincoln Highway.
When Lincoln Highway was originally built, it was mostly dirt and brick roads like this.
I have to imagine these are probably original as well, as they're kind of fading into the grass.
There's not a lot of information online about it, but I believe that this section is from 1913, and it was incredibly cool to drive on and to walk on.
This is so cool. We're driving on the Lincoln Highway and it is all brick. And just like that, our brick section is over.
What'd you think, Pops?
That's cool to be on the original road and actually walk on the original road too. It's really fun.
We thought it was done, but as we kept driving, there was actually one more section of brick that we got to drive on for about a mile. Plus, there was a Lincoln Highway sign outside of someone's house, which was pretty cool to see. And just like that, we were back on the main roads trying to find the signs and to follow the arrows to stay on the Lincoln Highway again. We reached our next major city on the route, Canton, Ohio. And when we got to the downtown, there was actually a surprising amount of Lincoln Highway signs directing you where to go, which was pretty cool to see.
While not related to the Lincoln Highway, you might as well stop and see the Sea Monster building while you're in Canton. I should also note that the Pro Football Hall of Fame is here as well. It's expensive, but it's very cool. I'll play some clips of that right now.
I went through the Pro Football Hall of Fame the last time I was in Canton, Ohio, and you could easily spend a couple hours here, or even a half day if you're a big football fan. Heading on, we drove out of town to a relatively sketchy park to see another roadside attraction.
This is Willie the Whale. He was put in the 1950s for a Mother Goose park that was here. It's a little bit creepy now, but in case you want to see him, you can see him right here. Pops and I are the Presidential Library Explorers. How many have we been to, Pops? 4 or something?
3 or 4, I don't know. Wherever we see him, we go.
What do you know about McKinley?
He was a president of the United States at one point.
We're gonna find out more right now.
William McKinley was the 25th President of the United States, serving from 1897 until his assassination in 1901. He was a Republican and he was the last president to have served in the American Civil War. This is one of the smallest of the presidential libraries that we've been to, but it does have an interesting animatronics section where you can hear President McKinley talk. The museum also has exhibits related to the city's history and the state's history as well. And overall, it's a pretty good museum, even if you're not interested in President McKinley.
So there's not a lot of stuff about McKinley here, but there's a lot of cool exhibits, especially if you want to come with the family, stretch your legs a little bit. It's not bad. Pops, how did you get inside of there?
These are the kind of things that amuse Josh. Can you see where my life is like?
Once you're done with the museum, there's also a memorial outside that you can see.
Pops is going to demonstrate how he can run to the top of the stairs like Rocky. I'll put it in fast motion, don't worry.
Construction of the memorial began in 1905, and there were 60 different designs that were submitted for it. It honestly looks like the type of memorial you would see in Washington, D.C., and it's pretty incredible to see it here in Canton, Ohio.
That is a really beautiful and ornate monument. Definitely worth checking out while you're on the drive. We're heading back out on Lincoln Highway, hopefully to find something to eat.
We drove about 30 minutes outside of the city and saw a historic Lincoln Theater before finding our lunch spot.
Look at how awesome this diner is we found for lunch. Hopefully the food is as cool as it looks.
A funny sign here says, "Sorry, we're open."
Chloe's Diner was pretty amazing. It was a great roadside attraction with all sorts of old cars and old Bob's Big Boy you could see.
It's a cool spot.
And then inside it was incredible and overwhelming with big ceilings and at least 100 different artifacts that you could see. And then a dozen or so of those being old cars.
Look at what Pops, he likes fried bologna. Look at that.
I never expected it to be that thick. Look at that monster.
That's like a bologna burger right
Like
there.
a bologna burger. Oh my gosh, those look great.
And I went with sliders.
We also got a milkshake to share at the end of our meal.
I mean, it's a diner. Expect diner food, but it is a cool spot.
Another 30 minutes of driving through rural Ohio brought us past a historic barn and to a company headquarters I bet you didn't know was out here.
Believe it or not, Smucker's is actually located right off Lincoln Highway.
With a name like Smucker's, it's got to be good.
I was very excited when I went here as I thought there was going to be lots of different samples for us to try, but unfortunately there was no samples at all. It was a pretty cool spot though, with the layout and with the big wall of jelly they had in the back.
There's even a tiny Smucker's museum in the back.
And if you want to learn about the Smucker's history, you can check out the museum, or you can always buy jelly or Uncrustables or whatever else you want to take with you.
There's not really much to see there, and there's not much to eat. It's basically if you want to pick up some jam or Uncrustables, but cool stuff nonetheless.
This is the Ohio State Reformatory, which a lot of people know from the Shawshank Redemption movie. We're not going in today. They're doing a bunch of work to it, so it's not open. But I visited last time I was here, and here's some clips. It is a pretty incredible place and definitely worth your time if you're driving through here.
I think The Shawshank Redemption is one of the best movies ever made, so last time I came through I had to visit this spot. I took a self-guided tour and it seems like you walk a mile at least going through this prison. Definitely give yourself a couple hours if you really want to experience it. Continuing on, as you enter the town of Bucyrus, be sure to watch on the right-hand side to see a Lincoln Highway monument dedicated to John Edward Hopley. He lived from 1850 to 1927 and he was a pioneer in the development of the Lincoln Highway. As you enter the downtown area of the same city, you should definitely stop and see the Great American Crossroads mural. It's a fascinating mural that blends in with the sky above it, and it even has Lincoln Highway signs painted into it. Online, it says that 135 people from the town actually posed to be put in the mural by the artist, so it's a representation of the town as well.
So we've been driving along a pretty but relatively uneventful part of the Lincoln Highway, and there is something small to see right here. This is where a vehicle that was created to go to Antarctica actually fell into the small creek and was stuck here for 4 days. It also says that the vehicle didn't really do very well when it went to Antarctica either. All right, now continuing on with the drive.
One of the things that stuck out to my dad and I was just how much of America we got to see on this drive. There were sections of dozens of miles where we saw nothing but cornfields or small towns, but these are towns I would have never driven through on my own, and it's so cool to see this slice of Americana on an iconic road like this. In the town of Van Wert, Ohio, we passed the Hotel Marsh, which was a control station on the Lincoln Highway. These are the places where you could set your odometer if you were using the travel guide so you could see how far you were on the drive. It's permanently closed, but it was cool to be able to look in the window.
We have made it into Indiana.
Number 6, baby.
State number 6.
As the sun was starting to set, we drove quickly to Fort Wayne.
First thing to do in Fort Wayne is see Johnny Appleseed. What are your shoes off for? Johnny Appleseed didn't wear shoes? Good to know, Pops is representing.
The sign here said that John Chapman, better known as Johnny Appleseed, called Fort Wayne home from the 1830s until his death in 1845. Love not material things drove Johnny's beliefs and actions. Making children smile was the most satisfying part of his day.
And just a few blocks from the Johnny Appleseed statue, there's another statue of Lincoln, but this one's interesting because it's young Lincoln. Not what you expect.
This is supposedly the only statue that depicts Abraham Lincoln as a young man.
You know it's a true Through My Lens road trip when Pops and I are searching for Johnny Appleseed's grave at 8:30 at night after having a 14-hour day. That's how we do it right there.
And we found it.
We don't mess around.
Johnny Appleseed's grave is located in Johnny Appleseed Park.
So this is Johnny Appleseed's grave site, but what could be cooler than the fact that he is buried underneath of several apple trees? So cool. People were collecting the apples and you could say they're putting them on the grave that fell off the tree.
I didn't know much about Johnny Appleseed other than the name, so it was cool to learn a little bit more about him on this road trip.
And with that, our whatever day this is on the Lincoln Highway is done. We'll see you tomorrow. It's a nice rainy morning in Fort Wayne, and we are doing the original alignment today. So instead of heading towards Illinois, first we're going to go up to South Bend and then back down. First stop, a crazy monster that lives in one of the lakes.
Some roadside attractions are pretty frightening. In this city, Churubusco, there's a story of a pond that had a turtle in it with a shell the size of a dining room table, and they called him the Beast of Busco, and he's here.
Are you ready? Look away if you're easily scared. Ah! The Beast! He looks like he could eat Pops in one bite.
This might be Indiana's version of the Loch Ness Monster.
After surviving our encounter with the mythical beast, we continued our drive along the Lincoln Highway.
We found this section of brick Lincoln Highway, and Pops has decided he's going to walk it. Let's see how close we can get to Pops while he's walking the Lincoln Highway. Sir, you look a little lost. Do you need a ride?
No, I'm trying to find my way on Lincoln Highway.
Ah, all right.
The section was only about 1/10 of a mile, which is why Pops was so excited to get out and to walk along it. And pretty quickly, we were back on the main road. Our next stop was the town of Ligonier and the Visitor Center and Heritage Station Museum. This was an old gas station that they restored and made into a museum, but it's only open a couple days a week and it wasn't open when we were there.
Check out how cool this old brick is. It has different names from the companies that made it.
Our next stop brought us to the town of Goshen, which had an amazing and historic downtown with a courthouse in the middle and shops like Olympia Candy Kitchen, which had been here since 1912.
So the Goshen police booth was basically built to protect the town from gangsters. People were afraid of gangsters taking the highway through towns like this. And this was a time of John Dillinger and some of these other guys. Although John Dillinger was never here, he was in northern Indiana. This was kind of the mindset behind building something like this. I did not prepare for rain.
Neither did I. So it's pouring rain and we have to wait about 45 minutes before the museum we want to see in South Bend opens. So we're gonna go have something to eat.
As we researched the best places to eat in South Bend, it kept coming up that the Early Bird Eatery was the best spot for brunch in the city. And even with the rain, there was about a 20-minute wait, so we knew it probably had to be good.
That was a fantastic brunch spot. I would love to go back there and try the sandwiches. Now we're gonna explore Notre Dame a little bit before the museum opens.
The University of Notre Dame is one of those places I've always wanted to visit. It's pretty much one of the most iconic universities in the entire United States. And while we had a lot of spots to see on the Lincoln Highway today, we decided to explore for 30 minutes, starting with the Grotto. The Grotto is a beloved site on the campus which was built in 1896 and is often used for prayer and reflection. Across the street is St. Mary's Lake, which has a trail that goes around the entire lake and provides some beautiful views and reflections if the water's calm. After walking around, we headed towards the Golden Dome to go see the Basilica of the Sacred Heart. As you're walking around this campus, it feels like something out of a movie. It's immaculate. The Basilica of the Sacred Heart is a church that was built in 1888, and it's actually the fourth that stood here. The first two were log cabins, and then a smaller church was built, and then when they outgrew that one, this larger one was built. The inside is ornate, with lots of different art pieces painted on the ceilings and stained glass on the walls.
I think that's probably the most beautiful cathedral I have ever seen in the United States. What do you think, Pops?
It is incredibly beautiful. Yeah, it really is.
The last thing we wanted to do is see this beautiful mural on the campus that's known by many different names, but often the students call it Touchdown Jesus.
The mural is officially known as the Word of Life, and it was painted in 1964. And while no one knows who coined the term Touchdown Jesus, it became known as that because of its closeness to the stadium and the way Jesus is raising his hands in the art.
This is such a beautiful university. I would love to spend more time here, but we're heading on to the museum and more of the Lincoln Highway.
Continuing on, we made our way to downtown South Bend and over to a building that is shared by two different museums, the Studebaker Museum and the History Museum. We came here because we read online that the History Museum had an exhibit on the Lincoln Highway that we were really excited to see. Unfortunately, after talking to the docents, we realized this was just a temporary exhibit that was a few years ago. So we walked around and explored the History Museum first, but there wasn't much on the Lincoln Highway. After that, we headed over to the Studebaker Museum, which is 3 floors and has vehicles that they created from the 1800s to 1934. This includes everything from wagons and cars to trucks and military vehicles. It even has the carriage that President Lincoln took to the Ford Theater the night he was assassinated.
This car was the fastest to ever drive the Lincoln Highway in 1927. They did 3,300 miles in 77 hours.
As you can no doubt tell, this museum is well worth going to, and if you're a car fanatic, you'll probably spend a couple hours here. I mean, being able to see all of these cars from the Studebaker Corporation is worth it by itself.
We were excited about the Lincoln Highway stuff here, but unfortunately, this is basically all they have.
Unfortunately, we continue to be reminded about how little there actually is about the Lincoln Highway, which is a little bit sad since it was the first transcontinental road, but hopefully more people will get excited about the history and maybe more of it will come back.
But there was some stuff about Lincoln himself, which was interesting, so that helps a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great museum either way.
From there, we drove about an hour, connecting with the other Lincoln Highway alignment and arrived in the town of Cherville.
So this restaurant has been here since 1929, and supposedly an unwritten rule of the Lincoln Highway is you gotta stop here for chicken. So that's what we're gonna do.
If you guys know Pops, you know that you don't have to twist his arm very much to get him to eat some fried chicken. And there really was a Lincoln Highway book that said that you couldn't drive it without stopping here.
All right, we got the famous trio, beets, coleslaw, and cottage cheese. We got the chicken soup, which they convinced Pops to get.
They say they only do it on Sundays.
We were still full from breakfast, so believe it or not, this is called the chicken lunch, and we shared the entire thing.
Stop destroying our chicken. Look at you. All right, so Pops is joining the tradition of 95 years of people before him or something.
I thought that chicken was really good. At first I was kind of like, no, this is just fine. But it really started to grow on me. And I think it actually is very good. I think I definitely would stop here for this chicken. Especially if you're doing the Lincoln Highway, this is a must stop because the historical aspects of it.
So the idea that the Lincoln Highway Association had was to build what they called the ideal section, which would be a piece of highway that would demonstrate what is the possibility for a highway that could go across the country. And after a vetting process, they first decided to do it here. And it's about a 1 1/3 mile stretch that goes between the cities of Dyer and I think it's Schererville in Indiana. And so this is a kind of a marker, a dedication to the fact that they put that here.
Watch out for this one. This is a pretty dangerous road to cross, and the only parking is on the other side.
So this is the moment you've all been waiting for. You know I like my Illinois hat. We have crossed over into state number 7, which is Illinois. ILLINI. All my followers from Illinois will know what that's about.
Crossing into Illinois, we noticed a Lincoln Highway Historic Byway sign and a mural on the side of a building.
So this is the intersection of the Dixie Highway and the Lincoln Highway, and Pops told me to look for a memorial fountain arch. I was so excited about it. And this is what he shows me.
That's what it is. That's what the arch fountain is.
Be sure to let me know in the comments if you're as excited about this as Pops is.
The quote from Lincoln says that we find ourselves in the peaceful possession of the fairest portion of the earth. And the water really was coming off of it when we were there. From there, we made our way to Joliet, which is where we were going to be staying for the night, and which is where Route 66 and the Lincoln Highway actually cross. We'll see that tomorrow.
This is the old Joliet prison behind me, which was made famous in the Blues Brothers movie. We were going to tour it, but unfortunately there was a power outage today and it closed it, so we can't go inside, but hopefully you can if you come see this.
This is a unique old prison, and I've actually tried to tour it a few times and not been able to, so hopefully in the future I'll come through and be able to see the inside. Oh, and if you're a Blues Brothers fan, be sure to check out the mural, which is on a building nearby. For us, we checked into the Harrah's Hotel and Casino, which was well priced when we drove through, and that was the end of our 5th day on the Lincoln Highway. To start our day, we headed over to the coffee shop known as Jitters to grab some coffee and breakfast.
We're starting our morning in the middle of Joliet. We got coffee, and now we're at the intersection of Route 66 and the Lincoln Highway.
From 1926 to 1940, these two iconic roads crossed right here. And there are a few different plaques and signs to commemorate it.
It's pretty interesting to see both of them like this and to see all the Route 66 memorabilia around and basically no Lincoln Highway memorabilia around. It just goes to show that even though the Lincoln Highway was the earlier road, Route 66 was the one that kind of entered the pop culture.
From Joliet, we crossed over a river and entered a particularly unique part of Lincoln Highway.
Okay, so from the 1940 realignment of Route 66 until it was decommissioned, Route 66 and Lincoln Highway followed the same path through Plainfield, Illinois for 3 blocks.
Right here, Lincoln Highway goes off the main route and leaves Route 66, so it was a very short period.
Unfortunately, there isn't anything to show you from that section where Lincoln Highway and Route 66 were aligned.
So while this might not look like much, this is a shelter that was created in the 1920s for people to be able to pull off and to camp in. Complete with an area to have fire for warmth, and you could obviously fit a couple of tents in here, that's for sure.
The Illinois section of the Lincoln Highway really takes it seriously, and you'll find a lot more things like this and a lot more information while you're driving.
Shout out to Aurora, as it's really cool to see the city preserving something like that.
As we headed on into Aurora, this was a pretty cool town that was built right along the Fox River. We decided to go into the Hollywood Casino as it had some movie props that I wanted to see.
Waze World was based in Aurora, Illinois, and so if you come into this casino, you can see the car from the movie. There's also a car from the Untouchables here that you can see in 1927.
Another interesting fact about Aurora, Illinois is that it was the first city along the Lincoln Highway to have streetlights. As we continued our drive along the Fox River, we stopped to see the Fabian Windmill.
This windmill was built from a kit that was bought in 1850. It wasn't built in this original location, but it is the original windmill.
That's definitely not something I ever expect to see on a road trip, and it is very cool that it is so old and so well preserved. They said that they give tours out for a couple hours every Sunday during the summer, but check that if you want to see it before you come.
It's interesting, one thing that people think about is, when does the West begin? And for folks who were coming from the East, they were looking for something. And when you kind of got past Chicago, all of a sudden everything opened up with farmlands. And so people often thought that west of Geneva was where the West began. But Josh and I will come up with our own perspective on when we think the West begins as we continue to move along.
Continuing on, we reached the town of DeKalb, which had a lot of Lincoln Highway signs in the front and had one of the best Lincoln statues we'd seen on the whole drive.
Look at this statue, Lincoln on Lincoln, and it is a Lincoln dog, complete with the Lincoln's beard and everything.
The town also has an Egyptian theater that was built in 1929 and was around for the heyday of the Lincoln Highway.
Unfortunately, this place, Old School Pizza, is closed today, but I really wanted to stop here for lunch because it's got all this cool pop culture stuff, including Mighty Mouse. Ever since I said we were seeing Mighty Mouse, Pops has been singing in the car.
Here I come to save the day. That means that Mighty Mouse is on his way.
Come on, that deserves a thumbs up, right? Pops gave us all for that one.
There's also an amazing Ghostbusters car out in front. We got the Turtles, we got the Simpsons, Shrek.
Be sure to let us know how Old School Pizza in Malta is if you get a chance to go.
Here I come to save the day.
Before leaving Malta, be sure to go see the Seedling Mile sign. This was the first seedling mile in the country, which means it was one of the first paved roads in the entire country in 1914, and people came from all around to try to drive their car on it. We drove all around trying to find the seedling mile, but we didn't actually find anything, so let us know if there is one. We continued driving through rural Illinois until we made it to the town of Ashton.
So we saw a brick portion of the Lincoln Highway yesterday, but this is cool. This is a gravel portion that goes right alongside the railroad.
If you're interested in driving gravel Lincoln Highway, this is the best spot to do it, and it's about 2 miles.
We were both excited about driving that road because it said that there was 4 concrete Lincoln Highway markers on it, but unfortunately either the grass has grown up and we couldn't see them, or they're gone. But if you're looking at these books like we are, just note that a lot of the things on the route have changed. We have officially made it 1,000 miles into the Lincoln Highway. Only 2,300 left to go.
This sign is in Franklin Grove, Illinois, outside of the Lincoln Highway Association headquarters. We tried to call the number to see if we could tour this spot, but we never got through to anybody or saw anything about when they were open.
It's hard to know what the future of a route like this looks like. With a lot of these towns, most of the businesses are closed on a Tuesday and Wednesday when we come through. The headquarters is only open on the weekend. I hope that people get excited that they drive this again and they preserve the history, but it's hard to know what it's gonna look like in 10 years.
Heading on, we arrived in the town of Dixon, which had a few points of interest for us to stop at.
You may think that this is an actual piece of the Berlin Wall, but based on the story I read, they requested one, were not able to get one, and so they created their own. While you're in the city, you can see the boyhood home of Ronald Reagan.
The Reagan family moved into this house in 1920, and there's a statue of Ronald Reagan out behind the house.
This statue is Ronald Reagan admiring the kernels of corn in his hand, it says. If you're interested, you can take a docent-led tour of the house, but we're not gonna do that on this video.
There's also a statue of Ronald Reagan riding a horse down by the Rock River, and then on the other side in President's Park, there's a Lincoln statue.
So this statue is particularly unique in that it's supposedly the only one that portrays him as a soldier when he was in the military for a brief time.
Continuing on, Pops took over driving and we made our way towards the state line for Illinois and Iowa.
We're about to cross that bridge over into Iowa, and this is the mighty Mississippi River right in front of us.
We always enjoy seeing the Mississippi River as it's one of our bucket list items to actually drive the entirety of the Mississippi River on the Great River Road. Plus, the Mark N. Morris Bridge is really cool crossing over into Iowa.
We've made it into state number
8.
Number 8, Iowa.
But we
Let's
crossed the Mississippi River. How epic is that? That's a landmark on this trip, baby.
Pops is just rambling over here about the beauty of Iowa.
So pretty, so green, so many cornfields and everything. You just look around, it's just beautiful, especially when you come from Southern California where everything's brown. This is just gorgeous.
We just got a crazy warning about a tornado and possible thunder in this area. Pops and I are sitting here because we got a tornado warning that said that we should not continue driving anymore. So we're not exactly sure. Neither one of us have ever had to deal with a tornado before, so we're not exactly sure what to do.
Don't know what to do about this. I saw a movie called about the tornado chasers, and what they did was drove towards the tornado and followed it.
We got a video camera, we can get
got a
some
video
videos.
camera.
Also, that car in front of us just decided that it was worth keep going.
As we were sitting there, some people pulled up and said they were tornado chasers, and they told us that we should turn around and go a different way. Right after we did that, the clouds started to get crazy and dark, and they seemed like they were moving very fast towards us. We went into a local town to see if there was a shelter anywhere, and everything was locked up, and so we just headed south, which looked like it would go around the storm on the map.
We're moving away from the recommended area, but it looks so nuts to see these clouds like this.
And they're moving so fast.
Yeah, and they're moving so fast. Pops and I made it through our first tornado warning. I'm not gonna lie, that was kind of terrifying to see the way the clouds were like creeping over, almost looked like hands. It didn't sound like the tornado touched down anywhere, now it's just a rainstorm, but crazy experience. It's still a lot of rain and lightning, but the clouds don't look as terrifying as they did.
This detour took us about 45 minutes out of the way, and we went around to the south of Cedar Rapids. Basically, the entire time we were driving, it was just pouring rain with lightning.
Well, that was certainly an eventful way to end the day. Luckily, everyone was safe. There was no tornado touchdown in our area. Got a few things that we skipped that we'll get to tomorrow, and that is the end of day 6 on Lincoln Highway. Check it out. We got a rainbow, though, after that crazy storm right at sunset.
We decided to take a break from the drive and spend the entire day in Cedar Rapids. We started our day by heading down to the Czech Village and going to Cafe St. Pio. This was a great spot for coffee and pastries, and it looked like they also had awesome breakfast as well. After coffee, give yourself some time to explore the Czech Village, as there's some fun vintage stores, there's a candy shop, a toy shop, and there's lots of different places where you can get something to eat.
Bubs, I think those wings might be a little... Oh no, they're perfect. You are an angel. I keep trying to tell Pops that we have places to go, but he keeps seeing the wings and wanting to take a photo.
There's wings here, come on.
Oh yeah, it's perfect size for you. The other one was for children, but that one's a strong one.
There's also a few murals you can see in the Czech Village as well.
There's supposed to be a pretty cool clock tower here, but unfortunately it looks like it is currently under construction.
Our first stop is the National Czech and Slavic Museum and Library. I'm going to be the ugliest Czech woman.
This is a perfect video for you right here. Oh, how beautiful. Hello, young man.
This museum was opened in this location in 1983. Unfortunately, it was severely damaged by a major flood in 2008, but it was rebuilt and reopened. Since then, it's become a Smithsonian affiliate, which usually means it's a very good museum.
What a unique exhibit. Each one of these, you can stand next to them and you can hear the person's individual story.
Imagine your country declares independence, is occupied by a foreign power, comes under the rule of a totalitarian regime, throws off the regime, and splits peacefully into two new countries. All of this happened between 1918 and 1993, in the span of a single person's life. According to the museum's website, it exists to inspire individuals with universal themes of culture, freedom, democracy, and immigration. And I have to say, it's not something that I knew much about, but I found the exhibits and the stories shared here to be sobering and inspirational. While the museum itself is not that big, there's a lot to take in, and if it's something you're not familiar with, you're probably going to want to spend an hour or two here. After reading all the stories about the government and how it limited their freedoms, it was cool to read about their culture as well, and about how the culture thrived in a city like Cedar Rapids.
That was a very powerful museum, something that I did not know much about before I came here. Definitely worth doing, definitely really well laid out as well. And on a different note, we asked if they had traditional Czech and Slavic food in the town, and they said there's not really any place that does that currently. So we're going back to our original idea, which is what was recommended to us when we asked where to go in Cedar Rapids, and that's the Flying Weenie.
It's important to make a distinction between the flying weenie and the driving weenie.
It took him like 5 minutes to come up with that. And here we are, the Flying Weenie.
The Flying Weenie has been a mainstay in Cedar Rapids for over 20 years, with its big yellow plane perched right on top of the roof. It serves Chicago-inspired food in Cedar Rapids with Italian beef sandwiches and Chicago-style hot dogs.
All right, we each got a Chicago-style hot dog and an Italian beef to share. The guy working behind the counter said he's been here every day for 27 years. He owns this spot, so here we go. Chicago hot dog looks pretty good.
Pretty solid, pretty solid. I've had them in Chicago.
Pop said he liked the Italian beef better. I like the hot dog better. Overall, decent spot for lunch. Nothing crazy.
From there, we headed into downtown Cedar Rapids to explore the art museum.
We usually don't visit these smaller art museums when we're traveling, but this one is famous for Grant Woods, which was the painter of American Gothic. It supposedly has the most of his paintings in the entire world, so we're gonna go dive into that artist.
The Cedar Rapids Museum is privately owned and was actually established in 1905. It has a significant collection with a spotlight on prominent Iowa artists. If you want to do a deep dive on Grant Wood, then Pops has a video on his channel where he explores many of these different paintings in detail. A short version is that Grant Wood was born in 1891 and he became a prominent American artist for his depictions of the rural American Midwest. The collection of his work that they have on display is not as big as I anticipated, but it covers many different mediums, which is cool to see. And I really enjoyed spending some time with a famous artist and just being able to dive into his work like this. The museum is 2 floors and it's well worth exploring as it has many beautiful pieces on display. I especially liked some of the collections that they had on the 2nd floor.
I love this. It's called Self-Portrait, and it says, "I don't know who you are, but I need your approval."
Something cool about this museum is that they have free summers, so a lot of the local businesses support the museum and they allow people to come for free in the summer. So when we came in, it was free for us to enter. Double check that before you come, of course, if you're looking for it, but I thought that was a pretty cool thing for them to do.
Also, if you're wondering where American Gothic is located, that's actually at the Art Institute in Chicago with many other famous Grant Wood paintings.
American Gothic! American Gothic. There's 2 other short stops you can see related to Grant Wood in the city that we're going to go do now. And if you want to see more about the artist, you can check out Pop's video that he made. I'll link it to you in the description. This is Grant Wood's studio, and you can tour this on the weekends, but
We're not here on a weekend.
This preserved studio is only a couple blocks away from the art museum, and this is where he actually painted American Gothic, which was inspired by a farmhouse he saw in a small town in Iowa. After leaving his studio, it's about a 5-minute drive to our last stop on the Grant Wood Cedar Rapids tour that we were doing.
We are in the Veterans Memorial Building. We entered on the wrong side, but luckily they're pointing us in the right direction, and here is the famous piece of work right here.
Known as Memorial Window, this piece was installed in 1928 as a tribute to veterans. The woman in the middle is around 16 feet tall, and she holds a palm branch in one hand and a wreath of victory in the other. At the base are 6 soldiers that represent the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, the Mexican War, the Civil War, the Spanish-American War, and the First World War. It's a beautiful tribute in a beautiful building and well worth seeing in Cedar Rapids.
Can't really see as much from the outside as you can from the inside. Not the same effect.
Leaving here, we drove by the famous Cedar Rapids art installation known as the Tree of 5 Seasons as we continued on to our next stop.
If you want to learn more about the area's history, this is the historic Brucemore Mansion. It was built in the late 1800s, and you can take a tour inside, but you can't take any pictures inside. So I just wanted to show it to you in case you wanted to stop by.
It's a stunning 21-room mansion located on a 26-acre park in the middle of the city. Even if you don't want to take the tour, you can always drive over and just explore the gardens, which are beautiful to see as well.
All right, we got a few more things to explore in Cedar Rapids before this day is over.
For our next stop, we grabbed some hiking shoes and headed over to a Cedar Rapids mountain.
This is the famous Mount Trashmore.
Here we go.
Why is it called Mount Trashmore? It looks beautiful. I don't understand.
I can answer that, Pops. In the late 19th century, this was actually a limestone quarry that was 140 feet deep and was operated for 60 years. After they were done mining here, the city decided to buy it and to create a garbage landfill site. People piled in their trash until it continued to grow above ground level into the mountain that you see today. The site collected over 6 million tons of waste before it closed in 2013, and then it was repurposed and opened again to the public as a walking and biking trail in 2018.
We're halfway up Mount Trashmore, and it's starting to drizzle a little bit. And yesterday when this happened, like 10 minutes later was a tornado warning, so I don't know if that's good or bad.
Be sure to watch the Lincoln Highway video to see how we dealt with the tornado warning. And here's us arriving at the top of Mount Trashmore.
We made it to the summit of Mount Trashmore.
It's pretty up here. You can see the city real nicely. You can see actually pretty far because it's such a flat country.
Yeah, with how flat it is, you really can see far out in the distance. This really is a nice little urban trail, and it's cool how they reclaimed an area like a landfill and turned it into this.
I remember when I was at the University of Illinois, they used to say the tallest part in southern Illinois was the pile of dirt that they made when they dug out the hole for the basketball stadium. So it's kind of a similar field here.
We both really enjoyed this hike, and it's so cool how they took something that could have been an eyesore in Cedar Rapids and turned it into something the entire city could use. The mountain biking trails especially here looked pretty awesome, and I would have loved to have tried them. Heading back down from Mount Trashmore, we went into the city to get dinner at a place called the Map Room. We were told by multiple locals this was the best spot in the city, and I loved the vibe immediately as I'm a huge fan of maps and they were all over the walls.
So they do a flight of old fashions here. This is the classic, this is a bacon rosemary, and this is a banana bread, I think, something like that.
Banana nut or something.
Banana nut of fashion. I would say probably bacon rosemary is my favorite.
The Map Room is known for their crazy burgers where they put all sorts of different things on top of them. That's what we both got, and we were really excited with this find.
That was a great place for dinner. So many different things you can put on a burger. I had beets and fried egg and a pineapple on mine, and it worked. It was great. One more thing to do before we finish the video.
For our last stop in the city, we headed back to the Czech Village to try one of their breweries. We ended up going to Lion Bridge Brewing Company, which had all sorts of different beers with a tangerine wheat beer and even a dill pickle kettle sour. I love trying unique beers, and I went with the Crush Berry, which was a kettle sour with a crunch berry flavor. And that was it for our day off in Cedar Rapids. More on the Lincoln Highway tomorrow.
It's all sunny and perfect today. You wouldn't even believe there was a storm last night. But we're gonna head out this morning, do a few of the spots that we missed yesterday, and then head towards Omaha. On the side of the road outside of Cedar Rapids, there's the famous American Gothic barn, which has the painting on it.
Grant Wood is one of America's most famous painters, and he's the one who painted American Gothic. This rendition on the barn was done by a local art teacher though, and it's really good. Note that this and the next couple stops were planned to be done the day before, so if you're driving this, you'd be doing these before you got into Cedar Rapids.
In the town of Mount Vernon, which was supposedly voted the coolest small town in America, they have a stretch of the Lincoln Highway that's brick for pedestrian only that goes to a bridge.
This stretch is only a couple hundred feet, but it's still cool that they have an information plaque about the Lincoln Highway and that they preserved this historic part of it.
Pretty cool old preserved wooden bridge that goes over train tracks.
We backtracked again to get to a sign that talked about another of the seedling miles, some of the first concrete roads that they created in the entire country. And then we made it to the town of Marion, Iowa to go to Cornhenge, which is a corn sculpture right in the middle of a roundabout that people like to take pictures of.
And with that, we finished the stops that we were planning to do yesterday, so now we're heading on to Omaha. If you want to see what we did in Cedar Rapids, click in this video right here. Whenever people talk about trying to get to places when they're open, this place is open on Tuesday from 11 to 1:30 p.m. It's a little bit challenging on a road trip.
Also known as the Youngville Station, this was built in 1931 and was a popular place for people to stop while driving the highway.
Iowa's portion of Lincoln Highway is on or near Highway 30 with approximately 85% of the original highway still drivable.
Iowa is a great example of states that are trying to keep the Lincoln Highway alive. There's a lot of information about where to stop on the Iowa Tourism website, and there's good signs and markers for different things that you should see along the drive. In the town of Belle Plaine, there was a spot known as the Lincoln Cafe, which you could stop at for breakfast. And there was an old car mechanic shop right down the street. The mechanic shop was especially cool as the older gentleman who was working there let us come in and look around and told us some stories about Lincoln Highway's past. And then on the way out of town, be sure to stop at the Preston Station Historic District. This is one of the most iconic spots on the Lincoln Highway, but one that's in disrepair now.
This spot on the outskirts of town was one of the most photogenic, as you can see all the signs outside of the building. They don't have really any of them on now, but they are working on restoring it back to the way that it looked.
As we were peering in the window and looking at the old building, the man who owns the shop actually came out to talk to us and to open it up for us to see the inside. This was incredibly cool, and there were so many antiques and artifacts in there, and he told us more stories about the building and about the man who ran it. He said that they were trying to raise money to be able to restore it, and I hope that one day I'll drive this again and be able to see it restored.
So right in front of you is one of the most iconic spots on the Lincoln Highway. It's this historic bridge that says Lincoln Highway, but it is currently under construction, so we'll go over and check it out, but it doesn't look as cool as it normally does.
This bridge is another of the major landmarks on the Lincoln Highway, and it was built in 1914. It goes over Mud Creek and it's only 22 feet long, but it's known for its distinctive railings which say Lincoln Highway on them in concrete. This one is actually under construction to be restored and to be brought back to its former glory. Heading on, we made it to Marshalltown and a restaurant that's a famous Iowa tradition called Made Right. It's been here for over 95 years and they make something called a loose meat sandwich, which is kind of like a sloppy joe. It was fun to be here during lunchtime as it was hopping with locals clamoring in to try to sit around the U-shaped bar.
Oh, it's good. It's ground beef. It's got pickles, mustard, cheese.
That was an interesting spot. It was kind of like a sloppy joe without the sauce that goes on a sloppy joe. And when we came in, we were the only people sitting at that bar. Within 10 minutes, there was probably 30 people and every seat at the bar was filled. So definitely a loved institution in the town, and I thought it was a pretty good lunch.
Continuing on, we made it to the Colo Motel, which has a cafe attached to it and also has a small Lincoln Highway museum. Lucky for us, they were having a meeting of some of the main stakeholders on the Iowa Lincoln Highway, and so it was open and we were able to walk in and explore a little bit. There's a good amount of antiques here. There's some cool Lincoln Highway poles that were painted the way they used to be. And overall, there's just a good amount of information to take in. The motel and cafe next door are also Lincoln Highway mainstays and were built in the 1920s. That was a great old service station, and inside we met some fantastic people that were talking about how to keep the route up, so very cool to hear that they're trying to keep it going. So this is the Heritage Park right in the middle of Nevada, Iowa, which is where the Lincoln Highway and the Jefferson Highway intersect. Here's the Lincoln Highway, which we're of course following. We're somewhere around here right now. And here is the Jefferson Highway, which goes north to south and is crossing right here. Pop said we have a new road we have to follow, but that's a long one. New Orleans to Winnipeg. We're doing the Thomas Jefferson next.
Okay.
As the road continues, we drove right past Iowa State University, and we figured we'd pull in and check out the botanical gardens that they have there. We took a short detour from the Lincoln Highway to go to the Iowa State University in search of the world's largest concrete gnome. You know, anytime we hear that anything is the world's largest blank, we have to stop by and see it. And as we turn the corner, Elmwood, the world's largest concrete gnome. I don't know, Pops is a pretty big gnome as well. Don't tell us we don't show you the best road trip stops. What could be better than Elmwood?
Best in the world. You need to be careful. This is not the world's largest gnome. This is the world's largest concrete gnome. For those of you who are keeping score.
I think I might have called him Elmwood, but his name is Elwood. As you may know, Pop's favorite book is The Lord of the Rings, and so he found himself a hobbit hole.
Oh, hey, what's up? Just hanging out here for a while.
It's pretty cool. This is a garden playhouse called the Hobbit House for kids to play in. Just so you know, if you're only coming for the gnome, this is $10 a person, so $20 for Pops and I to see him. But it is a beautiful garden if you have more time to explore. Now back to the Lincoln Highway. It's honestly amazing we get anywhere on these road trips with how often we're veering off to see something, and this was about 15 minutes off the road.
Well, the first of these bridges was built in 1901 and the newer one in 2009. But the name of the bridge is what's really interesting. It's called the Kate Shelley Bridge, and it was named after a woman who in 1881 was in an area where there's a huge storm coming through, like we saw in the video probably already, and it washed out a bridge. And the trains would send what they called a pusher train ahead in storms to make sure the track was okay. And the pusher train went over a bridge that had been washed out over Honey Creek, and she actually heard it and saw everything what was happening there. She went and first of all saved 2 of the 4 men who were on that train, but then she walked 2 miles with a lantern, crawling at times, in order to warn the oncoming passenger train about this washout of the bridge. And so because of that, she was considered a hero, obviously. The bridge was named after her, and it was actually the first bridge in America supposedly named after a woman. You know, something that's really interesting about this is you look at these 2 bridges and you can see the difference between a bridge being built in the late 1800s and one being built in the early 2000s. 100 years makes a big difference in the way you make bridges.
Don't pick up old men on the side of the road. You never know what they're gonna be like.
Would you give me a ride if I tell you a little history?
Sure. There's a little museum in the town of Grand Junction, and it's closed, but there was a number to call, and they said that they'd come open it up for us, and they'd be here in 15 minutes. I love it. Check out this coffee shop. It even has the Lincoln Highway sign on front. While we were waiting, we grabbed some coffee and then walked around and explored the town a little bit, including the Lincoln Highway Garden. This is a map of the United States, and there's El Paso right there, and then there's the Lincoln Highway going across. This is a cool addition to the town, and I'm sure it'll get better as it continues to grow. It seems that this town really loves the Lincoln Highway, as there was multiple signs. There's the museum, there's the gardens, and then there's the coffee shop even having a sign on it. 15 minutes later, a woman came by and opened the museum for us, and even though it's small, it had a lot of cool pictures and a lot of antiques to look at. Plus, she was full of information about the Lincoln Highway, and we sat and talked with her for a good 30 minutes.
This is an official road guide from 1924. And this one is from 1935.
Heading on, we made our way into the town of Jefferson.
On the way into town, stop at this service station from 1923.
Again, Iowa was really coming through with the Lincoln Highway history, and this was an awesome service station to see preserved. The main stop in the town of Jefferson is the Mahaney Bell Tower, and it's definitely something that you have to see on this drive. For a small fee of $5, you can ride the elevator to the top and get amazing views out over the city and out over the Lincoln Highway. The bell tower stands 168 feet tall and it was built in 1966.
Are you helping us stay up right over there?
No, I'll just relax.
Yeah, if you hold on to that, it'll definitely stay up.
Pops didn't like to get too close to the edge with how high up we were, and from the top you can see lots of murals painted on the different roofs, which is a cool thing that they do here. You can also see the famous bells, and if you're lucky, you may even be able to hear them go off when you're here or when you're down at the bottom.
That was very cool. It cost $5 to ride to the top. Amazing views up there. Joyce, who ran it, is just full of information. It was very fun to talk to. As long as you're not Pops and afraid of heights, that's definitely something you should do.
There's also a statue of Abraham Lincoln at the bottom and a historic courthouse right next to it.
We've made it to an important marker, the Missouri-Mississippi Divide, where all water flows to either the Missouri River or the Mississippi River from here.
With the sun starting to set, we continue driving a little bit faster on our way to Omaha.
In the town of Dunlap, we have reached another mural, and we have come another 275 miles since we last saw one, which means we're about a third of the way there. Honestly, it seems like we haven't gotten very far based on this in the 1 week we've been on the road.
This was an awesome mural, and from what I could tell, they said it was just painted on a private building because they liked the Lincoln Highway.
We have reached the town of Woodbine, and Pop is driving on the brick Lincoln Highway. They're very proud of their brick portion of Lincoln Highway here, and it's going right into the downtown area. We drove up and down the main street a couple times trying to look for anything that was Lincoln Highway related. We didn't see anything, so let us know if we missed it in the comments, but it was still cool to see all of the brick that was laid down on the roads. This has been a very long day. We are both exhausted, and so we're just going to this fast food place called Runza, which only exists in Nebraska.
This is the original Runza, and Josh got the one with cheese. Fresh baked bread, seasoned beef, and cabbage.
And we got frings, which is French fries and rings.
Yeah, not bad flavor. It's kind of like a staple sandwich, not the much incredible.
I got cheese on mine, which I think is the way to do it. I mean, that's pretty good. I mean, I don't eat fast food very often, other than when we're on these crazy long road trips, but I have to say that's pretty good. I would eat that.
I will say that we ate it again on a following day, and that was about good for the year for us. It is cool to try a food place like this that's only in this part of the country, though.
I don't know if I'd go out of my way for that spot, but it was definitely a decent fast food option. That's it for our long drive to Omaha. We'll see you tomorrow.
We started the day at Control Coffee and Cereal Bar, which is my two favorite things combined. You select your cereal, you pick a couple toppings, and then you pick the milk you want, plus order a coffee, and then they have all sorts of video games you can play while you're eating.
This coffee shop has Guitar Hero that you can play at the back. Pops is playing bass. You gotta strum when you press the buttons. And just like that, 3-1. Good way to start the day in Omaha. I like Omaha.
I can't believe this is the first time I've seen something like this, and I hope that I see more of them in the future. From there, we headed over to one of the top stops in Omaha, the Durham Museum. This museum is located inside of Omaha's Union Station, which was built in 1931. When the station closed in the 1970s, it was actually donated to the city of Omaha, and then it became the Western Heritage Museum. Over the years, it has improved a lot and is now a Smithsonian affiliate, and due to donations from the Durham family, it was able to go through a massive renovation, and that's why it's called the Durham Museum today.
This is a very strong museum. Look at how interactive everything is. You can explore all of the different areas. There was the children area that you already saw Pops playing at. This is cool.
The mainstay of the museum is an exhibit dedicated to the region's history with lots of history on Omaha and the Midwest as a whole.
There's a massive miniature train track through here, which is really cool. It even has a movie theater.
The highlight for me here was definitely the old train cars that you could walk into and explore. They were really well preserved, and there was multiple that you could walk through, and there was even a volunteer in one of them that told me the history of the train that I was in. In addition to the permanent exhibits, they also have a good selection of traveling exhibits that visit the museum.
Back in the day, there was this television program called Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, and you could see it was all about animals and different foreign places. It was a cool thing back in the day. I actually remember watching some of the episodes.
When we were there, the traveling exhibit was on Jane Goodall, who's a primatologist and spent many years with chimpanzees. I was somewhat familiar with her story, but being able to have a deep dive like this was amazing.
I've never seen anything like this before. This, however they're displaying this, is really unique.
That's an impressive exhibit. It travels as extensive as it is. It's a pretty amazing exhibit.
I agree. I've never seen as many interactive elements as they had, like tech elements. That was really cool.
On the way out, be sure to spend some time exploring the beautifully preserved old Union Station. It's definitely one of the highlights of the museum.
We're heading down near the river to walk around a little bit, but we had to stop to see a statue of the man, the myth, the legend, Chef Boyardee.
The statue was installed in 2011 right outside of ConAgra, who used to have their headquarters in Omaha and who owns Chef Boyardee brand now. Basically across the street from the statue is the Heartland of America Park at the riverfront. This is a great place to walk with fountains and beautiful views out across the water. From there we headed over to the mall at the riverfront, and I would say that this was the area that made me really fall in love with Omaha. I can't believe how amazing this outdoor park is that they created for families in 2018.
It's a digital art display underneath the bridge. Have you ever seen anything like that before?
I've seen it. It's really cool.
It's starting to rain.
The walking path here takes you under the 10th Street Bridge, and there's an amazing digital art installation and then many other art installations along the water. I've never seen a downtown park like this in any of the cities that I've explored, and I would love to come back here with my kids as they would be all about this place. Heading back to where we parked, we spent some time on the swings, checked out the amazing playground for kids, and then I figured I had to hit the downtown slides before we continued on.
Here I go. I didn't go as fast as I thought I would, but this downtown area of Omaha is incredible. So amazing for families and just fun to walk around and explore. I'm digging Omaha. All right, we're in downtown Omaha, still in its lunchtime, and we were heading to supposedly the best burger in all of America.
We specifically came here for all of the awards that this restaurant has received, and Alton Brown actually called it his favorite hamburger in America about a decade ago. That's just one of the dozens of awards they've received that were all over the wall of the restaurant, and it was a long wait, so we knew it probably had to be good. We couldn't decide what to get, so we got the pulled pork sandwich, the mushroom fries, and what was supposedly the best burger in the nation. This burger has cheese, ham, a sunny side up egg, green onions, mustard, and truffle mayo on a ciabatta roll.
All right, Pop's is digging in.
This looks amazing. It's fantastic. The way it's seasoned is really, really nice. Really well cooked burger. Yeah, this is excellent.
All right, my turn. Perfect ratio of meat to toppings to bun. Really good, strong flavor from the burger, but from the egg, from the sauce. There's some ham on there too, a little bit of smokiness from the ham. Wow, that's an incredible burger.
Is it the best burger I ever had? I don't know. But it is really well kind of put together, and the flavors blend nicely, and you get that layered kind of thing that you like with really nice food. So, well done.
So we had to wait about 30 minutes to order and get our food. absolutely worth the wait. The French fries there, the funky fungi French fries, might even have been better than the burger.
This is one of the best things I've had in a while. The gravy and the truffle aioli, oh my gosh. Even the cheese curds, the way they were melted, that was fabulous. Funky fungi fries.
Funky fungi fries and the croque garçon, something like that burger. Heading on to explore more Omaha.
Next up, we headed down to the Old Market District of Omaha, with our first stop being at Hollywood Candy. This one-of-a-kind candy store is something you truly have to see to believe, and it's been here since 2007.
This is a Model A Ford popcorn truck from 1931. Look at how cool that is.
Of course, the store sells candy, but it also has souvenirs, retro collectibles, statues, and even a pinball area in the back.
There's thousands of Pez dispensers in here.
You literally have no idea what you're going to see as you round each corner in this store. When my dad and I found the pinball area in the back with machines that looked like they were from the 1950s, we spent a good amount of time there.
He's laughing at you, Pops. Watch out, Pops!
I mean, just look at it. This store is great for kids and the kids at heart.
That is one of the coolest stores I have ever been in. We spent 45 minutes and could have spent a lot longer. Gonna explore a few more stores before we continue on.
I honestly think the Old Market area is one of my favorite shopping places I've been to in a long time. First, there was Jackson Street Booksellers with as many books as you could possibly imagine. Then there was a clothing shop called Raygun, which called itself the best store in the universe and had lots of funny shirts. And then lastly, there was the amazing Imaginarium, which I can barely even describe. It had every pop culture item you could possibly imagine. I mean, it even had this cool imported section that didn't even look like you were in the same store.
We don't usually get into shopping, but I have to say, Omaha's shopping is tailored to Pops and I think, with some of these stores.
Go in there, just fun to look around and see what's there. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, this is a fun town. I'm still full from lunch, but I heard that Ted and Wally's is a good place to get ice cream, so check that out if you want some ice cream.
Heading on, we went to the Lewis and Clark Visitor Center, where one of the rangers actually knew us from our videos before going out back to see a bridge.
This pedestrian bridge is known as the Bob Bridge, and there's a monster underneath it that we're gonna go check out right now.
He's a troll, he's not a monster.
What a cool bridge. It basically only has a few places that are holding it up. It's really unique looking. Here's Omar's walking stick, and you can see, watch Omar's story on omarthetroll.com.
This guy Omar is awesome. He's not frightening at all. He's not a monster.
What's up, buddy? Just garden under the bridge? Pops and his buddy Omar.
Omar's got 3 toes.
How many toes do you need?
And his takes.
And after spending a little bit of time with him, we decided to go walk out on the bridge.
Hi, I'm Bob, and I'm a bridge. I'm 3,000 feet long.
One of the best things about this spot is just the cool story they created with Omar and Bob the Bridge, which makes it fun for the whole family to see.
I don't know if this is true or not, but we were told this is the longest pedestrian bridge that connects 2 states. Also, there may or may not be something called bobbing, where you take a picture with your feet in both states. Pops, let's do some bobbing.
Okay, where should I stop for the best corn? That's the joke around here. Let's go to Iowa.
Which one has the best corn?
Now I'm bobbing, so I'm going to vote for both.
There's Pops, he's bobbing.
I'm not really sure if any locals actually refer to it as bobbing, so let me know if they do in the comments. But supposedly, bobbing is when you come over here and you straddle the state line and you take a picture or a selfie.
I'm also bobbing right now. I'm in both states. Also, Bob the Bridge has both a Twitter and an Instagram. I love that the bridge has a name and that they have a term for standing on both states. Plus, Pop walked all the way to the end because he was feeling motivated.
And on top of it all, they have Omar the Troll. I love Omar.
I agree, this is fun. There's Omar the Troll sitting right below the bridge, right there.
Also, I should note that this bridge is 3,000 feet and crosses the Missouri River, and it was built in 2008.
So Pops had some work to do and I decided to go to the #1 tourist attraction in Omaha, the zoo.
If you do any research on Omaha before you come, you'll notice that the Omaha Zoo is often voted one of the best in the United States. It's over 100 years old and it was started in 1894 as the Riverview Park Zoo. The zoo has grown to over 130 acres in the last 100 years and it has 2 million annual visitors. While I could make a 30-minute video on just the zoo, here are a few of the highlights. First, you have to check out the Desert Dome, which cost over $30 million to build in 2002. This is one of the world's largest indoor deserts at around 42,000 square feet. Here you can see everything from a burrowing owl and a bobcat to a rattlesnake. I have to admit, I was almost more excited about the dome and the different exhibits in it, such as the waterfalls and all of the plant life, than I even was the animals. The Desert Dome felt futuristic and almost like something out of a movie, with how you actually felt like you were in a desert while you're in the heart of Omaha. I can't imagine what it's like to be here in the winter.
I've been to a lot of zoos, but that Desert Dome is pretty incredible.
The next thing you should see is the aquarium, which supposedly has over 1.2 million gallons of water in its many different exhibits. In here you can see the flooded Amazon rainforest, coral reefs, a shark tank, and you can see the Arctic. I really enjoyed seeing the puffins, which are one of my favorite animals, and then of course being able to walk through this massive aquarium tunnel.
So cool. That was a pretty great aquarium as well. It probably would have been worth the price all by itself.
Next up, you can walk into the Butterfly and Insect Pavilion. Here they have an area where you can see butterflies flying all around you, and they have all sorts of different insects that you can see on display as well. The last must-see area is the African Grasslands exhibit. When they built this exhibit, they expanded the park boundaries and created a 28-acre area. Here you can see everything from elephants and giraffes to rhinoceros and even meerkats. It's a massive area that really allows you to see these animals in their natural habitats, and I thought it was an easy highlight of the zoo, even though I didn't get to see any of the elephants up close because they were feeding. It should be noted that I'm going through this zoo relatively quickly, and you probably want to plan an entire day here.
Alright, so I spent about 2 hours at the zoo. That is a really good zoo. I think the San Diego one is still the best I've ever been to, but that's not far behind. Really fun, and I'd love to spend more time there. Now I'm gonna get Pops and we're gonna head to dinner. Supposedly Omaha created the Reuben sandwich, so we're going to the place that's supposed to be the best for that.
Supposedly the Reuben was created in 1925 in Omaha at the Blackstone Hotel. But nowadays, if you ask for the best spot to get this sandwich, you'll probably be told to go to Crescent Moon. Plus, they also have Reuben egg rolls here if that was something you needed to try. We grabbed a salad and a Reuben sandwich to share, and a Reuben has corned beef, sauerkraut, Swiss cheese, a house-made sauce, and is served on a marble rye.
Supposedly the best Reuben in Omaha, where the Reuben was created. The meat is amazing, the bread is fabulous, the sauce is good. This is the best Reuben I've ever had, by far, hands down. Outstanding.
Pops, do you have any follow-up thoughts about that Reuben?
It was just really excellent. The way that the flavors were blended, the way that they mixed the Russian dressing with the coleslaw. The coleslaw was not overpowering. The cheese was more subtle. I would have expected a little more from the cheese, and it was a huge difference between like a Reuben and a corned beef sandwich. I think most of the time when you get a Reuben, it's like a corned beef sandwich, and this was very different in that regard. So I really liked it.
My dad was obsessed with the Reuben, so I let him take the lead on that review, and then we had one more stop in Omaha, which led us back to the old market area. I don't know if I've shared this yet in my videos, but I'm a huge fan of tiki bars, and I seek them out whenever I have the opportunity. Luckily, we were told about a good tiki bar in Omaha, and that's where we decided to end the night. La Colonna Rum Club is basically everything you could want from a tiki bar. It's big, it has all sorts of unique drinks, some served in fun cups, and it looks like you're in some type of oasis or even a shipwreck with all of the different skeletons, including a skeleton of a mermaid.
We're ending the night by going to tiki bar for me, and Pops is along for the ride.
I'm going to have a nice time watching.
I mean, like, honestly, can you have a better time watching than this crazy bar? And look at this.
I don't have to look at him. I can look at the skeletons.
There's something crazy happening in our tiki bar right now. Look at guys.
And with that, our day in Omaha ended and was back on the Lincoln Highway tomorrow.
Crossing over into Omaha, we have made it to state number
9, I think we decided.
9. We had to count like 15 times
You
this
wouldn't believe how many
morning for
times we
this.
get to count.
We're gonna go have a fun breakfast now. And also, if you want to see all the things we did in Omaha yesterday, click up here.
For breakfast, someone put us on to Zen Coffee Company, which had 2 unique breakfast items, and you know that there was no way we were passing it up.
All right, we got a toast flight and a coffee flight. I've never seen either one of those before.
I've seen it before. It's fun.
Where are you going first, Puffs?
I'm going for the lox first. Lox, cream cheese, and capers. That's yummy. It's really fun. I like it.
Look at this. This one has an entire Belgian waffle on top of it. It's a little pricey, but this is super fun. Who knew we needed to check off a latte and a toast flight from our bucket list?
And the variety is really, really fun. We're impressed with the food scene here in Omaha. We really are.
Omaha has been doing a great job. Let's head on and explore more of Nebraska. And also, Nebraska has the best corn.
Only a short drive away, we stopped to visit Father Flanagan's Boys Town, starting with the visitor center, which has the world's largest ball of stamps. They believe it contains more than 4.6 million stamps, and it's 32 inches in diameter and weighs over 600 pounds. If you're not familiar with Boys Town, it was started by Father Flanagan in 1917, and it's one of the largest nonprofit child and family care organizations in the country. At the visitor center, they'll tell you the different places you can access, such as a church on the property that's the final resting place of Father Flanagan, and a museum about the property across the street. It is like a town here, with a place for children to live and a place for them to go to school. And if you're interested in learning more, you can go to their website, or there was even a movie made about it in 1938. Heading on to the town of Elkhorn, there's another brick section of the Lincoln Highway, this one about 4 miles, and definitely the best we saw on the entire drive.
There's even the remains of some original Lincoln Highway signs that were painted on the posts.
This is a spot you can't miss while doing the drive, as Nebraska only had 20 miles that ever got brick, and this section was one of them. This section was actually listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1984 to preserve it.
It's cool that the road says Old Lincoln Highway. It is definitely the Old Lincoln Highway.
Along the drive, you can see poles painted with the Lincoln Highway sign, you can see Lincoln Highway cement markers, and you can see a sign that talks about the significance of this preserved part of Lincoln Highway. We spent a good 30 minutes out here just exploring every inch of the road, and we were the only people out there the entire time. Unfortunately though, it was time to head on to leave the brick behind.
There's the 2 types of Lincoln Highway sign in one picture. This is by far one of the coolest stretches of the highway we've driven the entire time.
From here, the drive gets continually more remote, basically until we get to California.
Made it to the town of Columbus, Nebraska, and we are stopping at the oldest tavern from 1876.
This is supposedly the oldest tavern in the West, and it's said that Buffalo Bill Cody used to visit anytime he was in the area.
It's definitely a cool spot inside, but there's a lot of people and only one person working, so if you have the time, definitely go eat there, but we're gonna just get something fast as we have a lot of stops to see today.
One of the things I didn't think about when I was planning this trip is just how much driving we were gonna do each day. We did it over 3 weeks, and there were still days we were putting 300 to 400 miles in a day.
This section of the Lincoln Highway right here was built in 1913, and it's one of the only original seedling miles that you can actually go on anymore. Now, as you can see, the concrete here looks a lot different than the normal concrete that we use.
This is the only remaining original section of a concrete seedling mile that has not been widened or covered in asphalt. And so it's pretty cool to be able to see the original concrete here.
About 2 minutes down the road, we have Fred's Flying Circus. All right, this is Fred's Flying Circus. You gotta ask the auto body shop that's here if you can come see it,
or just look from the road, but it's much more fun to be down underneath the crazy installation.
These cars were created by a man named Fred who retired from building custom motorcycles and then went to creating these crazy cars and putting them on posts outside of the body shop that he ran.
It's a fun stop. Oh my gosh. And they're kind, I just show you. You can just come right in here and whatever. And
I love finding silly gems like this one.
Our next stop brought us over the Nebraska State Fairgrounds in the same city.
Pops and I are fighting the rain and thunder to hopefully see the world's largest overalls, which is located in this Nebraska building where they hold the Nebraska State Fair. I don't know if it's open, we'll see. Pops, quick, in the torrential downpour, run to the wings, run to the wings. Oh, what a beautiful pelican or whatever you are. How do you know you're in a Through My Lens video round 2? You're running through the rain in the middle of a 3-week road trip to see
the largest overalls. I'm sure this is on every one of your lists.
Yep. Wow. Look at that. Pops, you might be able to fit in those, you're so tall.
The giant pair of overalls were originally introduced to the fair in the 1930s when they were part of an advertising campaign for the Lee Company. They're 22 feet long and they were placed on tall poles at the front gate of the fair. They stood there for about 40 years before the partnership between the two companies ended. And it wasn't until later that someone found the overalls in their home and then donated them back to the fair to be put on display.
Alright, Pops is 6'7". Stretching your arms up, you don't even make it to the top of the leg. That is a big pair of overalls. It is technically closed, but there are some nice ladies who were standing right there who opened it for us so that we could live our dream of seeing the largest overalls. Now back to the Lincoln Highway.
Continuing on, we made it to the town of Shelton, which calls itself the Lincoln Highway capital of Nebraska. But absolutely nothing was open in the town, and the visitor center didn't look like it had been open for a long time. This led us to the stop we are most excited to see today.
Our next stop is this museum, which is supposed to have Lincoln Highway history and which goes over the road. I don't know, I've never seen anything like that before. It's cool.
This spot is called the Great Platte River Road Archway Monument. It's located on Interstate 80 and it's actually 300 feet across going over the highway. It was opened in 2000 and it houses historical experiences that tell the story of Nebraska and the Platte River Valley.
This is already a pretty incredible museum. Look at this.
In terms of interactive exhibits in a museum, this is probably one of the best I've ever seen. Every single room that you go into has videos playing on the wall or has elaborate set pieces that you're walking through. Honestly, it's well worth the price even if you're not coming for Lincoln Highway history. The focus of the museum is on the different travelers that have taken the trails along the Platte River. Everyone from early pioneers to those riding trains, and then of course cars on the Lincoln Highway.
This museum is incredible. So many cool things to see. So well laid out. We just saw a train go by overhead. I never thought I would see something like this just over top of the road. We've reached the Lincoln Highway part of the museum, which I'm super excited about. Pops, look at what you're standing under right now. The Omaha sign they used to have to go into Omaha.
This museum is fabulous, and this particular part is a must if you want to ride the Lincoln Highway.
I mean, it's not saying much, but this is by far the best museum we have seen on the Lincoln Highway for anything related to the Lincoln Highway, so you don't want to miss it. Kearney's 1733 Ranch used to be here, and it was the official midpoint of the drive. Any old automobile can get from New York to Chicago, but west of Chicago, the real road trip commences. You can also see how difficult it was with these muddy ruts, as the entire road was basically mud trying to get west. Check this out. You see the hand-cranked windshield wiper that they had to use while they were driving in the rain? In 1924, the 10 millionth Ford Model T traveled the Lincoln Highway, and there's Henry Ford sitting with it.
Like the previous Lincoln Highway Museum, this one mostly focuses on the Lincoln Highway stuff in Nebraska, but it's still the best we saw on the route.
Check it out, you can see the road below us. It's cool to be up above it like this.
This has been a really cool museum, especially the early stuff. Kind of the people coming out, building a new life in the West, you know, back in the early 1800s. But that's stuff that Lincoln Highway is encouraging to see too. It's very interactive.
Again, don't miss this museum, it's well worth going to and was one of the highlights on our drive.
Even though you can debate whether or not this is the halfway point, we're just calling it the halfway point. So we made it halfway. It's been a long trip so far though, and we're only halfway.
As the sun was setting, we continued driving and we made our way past an original Pony Express stop before making it to the town we were going to spend the night in. We made it to North Platte and our last stop of the day, Fort Cody Trading Post. The best thing is that guy has an arrow in his butt right above the door. This is one Pops actually might want to stick his head in, get to be an actual cowboy.
It's all about me.
You look exactly like you're riding it.
They also have a very unique muffler man in the back. I couldn't really find any information about this muffler man, so let me know if you know anything in the comments. The inside of the trading post is also great. It has a lot of memorabilia on display from Buffalo Bill and other parts of the West.
Here's a miniature of one of his shows.
For some reason, it also has a two-headed cow, and of course there's lots of souvenirs you can purchase as well.
And with that, our day is over, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow for some more in Nebraska.
We started our day with breakfast and coffee at the Espresso Shop Cafe and Roastery in North Platte, Nebraska. Our first stop of the day is Buffalo Bill's house. If you're not familiar with Buffalo Bill, he was a larger-than-life character in the late 1800s to the early 1900s. During that time, he was a part of the Pony Express, he served in the Union Army during the war, and then he started Buffalo Bill's Wild West show, which was a popular touring show in both the United States and Europe. Here you can tour his house, which was built in 1886 at the height of his popularity. It has over 4,000 acres of land, and it was the largest house in North Platte when it was built.
This is Buffalo Bill's room, and it's exactly what you would expect it to look like.
So one of the things about the Old West that these heroes or people that you've heard about, they were larger than life because they're people who would write these dime novels about them, and people came to think that that was actually the truth of who they were. And in reality it wasn't, but it made them become these bigger, larger than life figures. At the same time, Buffalo Bill was a larger than life figure with all the things he did in his life.
After exploring the house, be sure to walk past the pond and go into the large barn. Buffalo Bill raised cattle and purebred stallions, and so he used this barn to house the stallions. There was even a docent here who was able to answer all the questions that we had while we walked around.
They've really preserved the history well in the state park. There's lots of pictures and things to see. They even have some events and activities going on later today. So definitely a cool place to stop by on the road.
Before leaving North Platte, be sure to head over to the Golden Spike Tower. This spot has a museum on the first floor, and then you can pay to go up 8 floors to the top of the spike where you can see out over the Bailey Yard, which is the largest railroad yard in the world.
I want to give a special shout out to Daniel while I'm up here. He hand wrote all of the different stops that I could do on the Lincoln Highway when he heard I was coming, and he loves trains. So thanks, Daniel, for all your help with the Lincoln Highway planning.
Supposedly this rail yard could have 10,000 cars pass through it in a day, and that it's bigger than some towns are. It's often where freight trains are broken up and reorganized before heading to destinations across the country. There's a few exhibits about its history, its role in the war, and how switchboards work up here if you're interested in learning more. Or if you're a train enthusiast, you could probably sit there and watch the trains move around for hours. We've spent about 45 minutes here ourselves, but we probably could have spent longer if we didn't have a lot of stops today.
So we had talked about earlier, at what point would you think that you've made it to the West? I feel like we've made it to the West once we've hit North Platte. It started with seeing the gas station Sinclair dinosaur with the saddle on him. And then it kind of continues with all the Buffalo Bill stuff and whatever. I feel like I'm in the West.
Heading on, we made it to the town of Sutherland, which had an old gas station and a cool Lincoln Highway mural.
We're officially past the halfway point, only 1,373 miles left to go.
As we continued on, Lincoln Highway, which was Highway 30 in this area, was paralleling Interstate 80 as we made it to our next stop, Ole's Big Game Steakhouse and Lounge. Established in 1933, this restaurant is known as Nebraska's most famous watering hole. It has over 200 taxidermy animals from all over the world collected by the restaurant's founder. It's a dimly lit spot with wood panel walls and an old school western feel. It's definitely not a place I was expecting to see on the Lincoln Highway, and I definitely didn't think I would be sitting there eating next to a polar bear. It's a crazy roadside attraction, but it had really good food and it was certainly a unique spot on the drive. As we were driving through Nebraska, my dad and I kept commenting on how beautiful it was and how rural it felt. We saw fewer cars and were often following trains as we drove along the highway. Arriving in the next town, we saw this spot called Front Street, which looked like an old western themed restaurant and bar. When we popped in, we saw that they had a free cowboy museum, which was one room but was cool to walk around and see. And then they also had a large saloon where you could get a drink or lunch if you were interested.
There's also an old gas station in the town, which has a Lincoln Highway sign right out front.
This was one of the better recreated gas stations we saw along the drive, as it even had a statue in front of someone looking to help you pump gas. Before leaving the town, we went out to see the Boot Hill Cemetery. This cemetery is located at the end of the Texas Trail, which was often used in the 1880s. And it's said that many of the unlucky cowboys who passed away on the trail were actually buried here with their boots on.
This is called the Trail Boss, and it's dedicated to all those who came up the Texas Trail. None of the bodies are here. They were moved in the 1900s, but they recreated a lot of the headstones to let you know what it would have looked like.
Leaving town, we made our way towards California Hill, which was popular on the Pony Express and was used by many wagon trains that were heading west.
We drove up the dirt road to see wagon tracks, but we couldn't find any signs or anything that notes where the wagon tracks were. Also, I would say that to me, this is kind of the west right now. When you start seeing the cattle instead of the corn, that makes me feel like we're in the west.
Let us know if you have an opinion for where the west starts. And I will say that as we continued driving, there was often 45 minutes of nothing before we would hit the next town. Our next stop brought us to a place called Potter's Sundry, which opened in 1930 and has the original soda bar. It's famous for creating something called a tin roof sundae, which has scoops of vanilla ice cream, chocolate syrup, scoops of chocolate ice cream, and is topped with marshmallow cream and Spanish peanuts.
All right, here's our classic sundae.
And it was called the tin roof because when they put the peanuts on it, the sound that it made when the peanuts hit the plate sounded like rain on a tin roof.
Amazing. Crunchy peanuts, marshmallow cream, hot fudge. What more could you want? Pop's just eating straight marshmallow cream.
Even that's amazing. Wow, delicious.
Definitely share one, they're big, and shout out to the woman who was working here and who owned it. She was awesome.
And there's the tin roof sundae is named for. And right across the street there's an actual photo of what Pops looked like while he was eating his ice cream's tin roof sundae.
After finishing one of the best food stops on the drive, we continued towards Cheyenne, which was an hour and 15 minutes from here, and we stopped at Our Lady of Peace.
This is Our Lady of Peace, which is supposedly the largest Virgin Mary in the United States. Can't get too close to her, but there's Pops for reference. It's pretty tall.
The statue was built in 1998 and it's 30 feet tall and weighs 180 tons.
Pops, we made it to Wyoming. What state number is that?
I think it's 10.
Double digits, baby.
10.
Only 3 states left on this road trip.
From here, we just headed right towards Cheyenne and towards Frontier Park, which is where there was an event happening that we were planning to see.
We just happened to be in Cheyenne for Frontier Days, which is a festival that's been happening for over 100 years, so decided to go check it out before we continue on.
Frontier Days in Cheyenne is one of the world's largest outdoor rodeo and western celebrations and has been going on since 1897. The main draw is the rodeo, which happens multiple times in the arena throughout July, but there's lots of other events like parades, there's a chuck wagon cook-off, there's an Indian village, there's shops, there's a midway. It really is a full western experience you can have here. We spent a good hour just walking around taking it all in, and we saw 10% of what they have at this event. And then we headed over to the Frontier Days Museum, which is something that you can see throughout the year if you're not here when the actual event's going on. The museum talks about Cheyenne, but it mainly focuses on the over 100 years of history for the Frontier Days celebration. And it's cool to think about how Frontier Days was going on while people were driving the Lincoln Highway.
Here's a picture of Theodore Roosevelt looking out over the frontier days in 1910.
There's also exhibits on horse-drawn carriages and wagons, there's the Frontier Days Hall of Fame, and there's memorabilia related to the rodeos and folk art.
That was like a carnival with carnival games, lots of stores. There was the rodeo going on, which looked like it had a ton of energy, and Pops got to have experience he was excited about.
Those of you guys who followed us know I'm all about the Old West stuff, and they had this whole row of chuck wagons, and I guess they're going to be cooking breakfast in the morning, but they ground me some Arbuckle's coffee, which you need to know about if you're in Cheyenne. Arbuckle's coffee in my hand from a 1898 coffee grinder. Got to taste it, that made my day.
So it was well worth stopping just for that. Now we're heading on.
After leaving the festival, we headed downtown to check out more Lincoln Highway history, starting with the Plains Hotel. This hotel was built in 1911 and was a Lincoln Highway mainstay, and I had actually planned to stay here, but because of the festival, everything was either sold out or super expensive. So we just walked around and explored the inside, and it looks like a really cool hotel, so let me know how it is if you stay here on your drive. Heading on, we went across to the Cheyenne Depot Plaza, and we saw a lot of the painted cowboy boots that they have throughout the town. They're 8 foot tall and there are more than 30 of them in the town. You can get a map to see all of them online. Across from the park is the Cheyenne Depot Museum, which we headed into with about 30 minutes to spare before they closed for the day. It's especially cool because it's located inside of an 1880s Union Pacific Railroad depot.
Look at how incredible this model train layout is, and it goes like 4 different levels back.
While of course there's history and a few exhibits you can see in the museum, I thought the miniature train track that they had built here was the best part. When you leave, look at the view that heads straight down the street towards City Hall. I thought that was pretty cool.
Cheyenne seems like a really cool place to spend some time. We were actually going to spend an extra day here, but it was super expensive with the Frontier Days, so hopefully we can come back and explore more in the future. Now we're heading on Lincoln Highway.
Leaving Cheyenne, we headed towards a couple of the best historic monuments on the road.
So out in the middle of this field is the old cupola from the state capitol building from 1917.
There's literally no information as to why it's out here, but they call it Dome on the Range. Dome on the Range, historic cupola from 1917.
It said it was moved to the current site in 2005, but it doesn't say why it was moved there.
I have no idea how long that will last there, but it's certainly a unique site.
As you're pushing up the hill on Interstate 80, be sure to look out on the left side for Tree in the Rock Historic Site.
It's cool to see the remains of this Lincoln Highway marker. Not much is left, but still cool to see it out here.
So this is referred to as Tree Rock, and when people came east on the Lincoln Highway headed west, they were immediately going to be enamored by mountains. But the thing that really stopped them was this little tree that was growing out of this rock. And this has been growing here consistently since the start of the Lincoln Highway in 1913.
It even said that a lot of the early pictures and photographs and postcards all had the little tree on it instead of the mountains. So it's a fun spot to see right here.
There's multiple monuments in this short 5-mile section, with the next being the Ames Monument.
Okay, this is the Ames Monument, built in 1882, dedicated to brothers who were influential in the development of the Transcontinental Railroad, particularly related to the Union Pacific Railroad. And it was built big like this, so as the train went by, you could actually see the monument from the train. Well, in 1901, they changed the route, and the thing that happened is that around that same time, they're trying to build a highway, and so they used the rail bed of the line as kind of the bed for the Lincoln Highway as it was headed west. So it ended up being really helpful in the development of the Lincoln Highway. And the Lincoln Highway used that until about 1930 when the route changed.
As you can no doubt tell, Pops loves the history of the Lincoln Highway, and he spent a lot of time reading about it, which is why I let him take the charge on a lot of these stops.
So there's 2 monuments you want to see here. There's the Henry B. Joy Monument, and then there's the Lincoln Monument.
This statue was put here in 1959 to celebrate the 150th anniversary of Lincoln's birthday. It's really interesting. The sculpture itself was made in Mexico City, assembled here, put on top of this tower, which is about 30 feet tall, And it used to be in a different spot, but when I-80 came through in 1969, they moved it here. So when you're driving I-80, you can actually see it from the freeway. There were arguably two men who were the most important in the development of the Lincoln Highway. One was a fellow named Carl Fisher, who was the vice president of the original Lincoln Highway Association, but number one was Henry Joy. One of the things that he was known for was that they originally wanted to call the Lincoln Highway the Coast to Coast Rock Highway. And he was like, that's crazy. And he finally argued and fought enough to where the Congress named it the Lincoln Highway. But he got real sad later when they started calling it Route 31 and no longer the Lincoln Highway. But this guy was the critically most important person in the development of the Lincoln Highway.
There's also a visitor center right next to the monuments that looks out over the Lincoln Highway and tells you more about how the sculptures were created.
Check it out, we are also standing at the highest point on the Lincoln Highway.
This spot sits at 883 feet above sea level.
We are here and we're heading up to Medicine Bow tonight for our hotel.
You have to stop here on the Lincoln Highway, it's one of the most historic spots. Heading down the hill, we stopped in the town of Laramie for a few minutes to see the Breaking Through statue before continuing on towards Medicine Bow. I would venture to guess that most people who drive the Lincoln Highway choose to skip this section and just stay on I-80, but we wanted to do it because my dad was super excited about the hotel we were staying at that night. On the way out there, you can see the remains of the Fossil Cabin Museum, which unfortunately is in disrepair. This spot is supposedly made of dinosaur bones, which were found nearby in the Dinosaur Graveyard, one of the most important fossil beds in the world in the late 1800s. It's in such bad condition though, I don't know how long it'll be here, and for us, we just continued on towards Medicine Bow.
We are at the Virginian Motel, named after the book by Owen Wister. Very excited to be here.
What's the famous line?
When you call me that, smile.
My dad's a huge fan of the Virginian, and we actually listened to it on audiobook while we were driving this part of the road. So he was very excited to stay here, and he even made a video about it on his channel.
Here's an actual copy of the book here, which is fun.
After exploring for a while, we got checked in, and I honestly think we might have been the only people staying here that night as all the other rooms were open.
We are in the Owen Wister Suite. Check this out. This is supposedly the actual desk that he wrote some of the story of the Virginian on.
This is not a luxury hotel, but it had 2 bedrooms and a lot of history, so it was fun to explore.
You gonna do some actual writing?
I may do some writing, yeah. I gotta find out some more details about everything in this room.
Pops ended up wanting to do some writing, so I went outside and explored the outside of the hotel. I walked across the street to see the Medicine Bow Museum, which unfortunately was not open while we were there, and just explored the tiny town. I can't express this enough, don't expect a lot if you're coming to this hotel, but how cool is it to be able to stay in a 1911 historic hotel like this? After Pops was done writing, we went down to the bar to have a drink, and it felt like we were stepping back into the Old West when we entered this spot. Plus, all the locals were hanging out and having a good time, and it was very lively, and the drinks were well priced.
And with that, our day on the Lincoln Highway is over. Hopefully we get a good night's sleep tonight. They said it could be haunted, and we'll see you tomorrow. Morning, today we're heading to Salt Lake City. Also note there's no place for breakfast within an hour of here. That hasn't opened yet, I'm not sure when it opens. And the next spot we can basically eat at is Rollins in about an hour and a half.
Saying goodbye to the Virginian Hotel, we headed out towards Rollins in a remote stretch of the Lincoln Highway.
Whether we believed we were in the West or not before, we are definitely in the West now. There's nothing but cattle ranches, mountains.
You go through an area of the world like this, and this is the way that it actually was 100 years ago. Not much changed here. People would have seen the same things we're seeing, basically. There was a sign or signs put along the road where it said, if you break down, gather some bush and start a fire, and someone far away could see you and come and help you and pull you out.
As we make it back to the 80, note that if you do that drive, it is beautiful, but the only things to see out there are the Virginian Hotel and the Fossil Cabin. As you head into the town of Rollins, there's a cool historic gas station, and then there's the Wyoming Frontier Prison that you can see if you're interested. This prison was built in 1901 and it has a museum on the first floor that talks all about the famous prisoners that have been here, the different weapons that they've seen created by the inmates, and has lots of history about Wyoming and even cowboys.
It was bound to happen eventually, but Pops and I got put into jail. Are you grabbing out of the bars?
I don't know where I'm going.
We spent about 20 minutes exploring the museum before signing up for one of the tours.
They also have a great historic tour that you can do here, but unfortunately we couldn't record any video on it. But if you're interested in the area's history, it's definitely worth checking out.
As we were heading out, we saw a deer in downtown Rollins, and then we got on the I-80 and headed west. During most of the drive through Wyoming, you're just on the I-80 the entire time, so we put on the Virginian on audiobook and just cruised and took in all the scenery.
This isn't the original sign that was here, but when the original one was lit, it was 100 feet long and it was the largest neon arch sign erected in the Rocky Mountain West. Looks like there's an underground art gallery below the trains. We're gonna check it out.
While you're here, you can see the Art Underground series, or you can go out and walk through the park and check out the depot. There's an old train that you can climb into when it's open, there's a few statues, and then there's a monument to the area where the first coal was mined in the district. On top of that, there's a mural dedicated to the coal miners who lost their lives here.
Unfortunately, there's not a lot to see in the Wyoming area. It's pretty remote, so we're stopping as much as we possibly can, but a lot of today is just driving to Salt Lake City.
I can't stress enough that as you move into Wyoming and then Utah and Nevada, there's not a lot going on out here. It's pretty remote, and so you have to really look to find Lincoln Highway stuff. That being said, the views out here are incredible of the vast landscape all around you. The next major point of interest on the drive is Tollgate Rock. This historic rock formation in Wyoming has been a key waypoint for travelers spanning different generations, from the 19th century pioneers in covered wagons to the 20th century road trips and automobiles. It really is a striking rock formation, and I can see why people would have used it for westward navigation, especially because it's so different than the rocks that surround it. It's also beautifully situated along the Green River, and it's just a stunning natural part of the drive. As we continued driving, we started seeing the signs for Little America, and we saw hundreds of these as we continued west. It reminded me of Buc-ee's with all the signs leading up to it, and then when you got there, there was parking for big trucks, there was a hotel, and even a cafe.
Little America supposedly has 75-cent ice cream cones. We're gonna go in and see. Look at that, 75-cent ice cream cone. Dare we do an ice cream cheers?
Oh, cheers.
Hey, look at that.
I don't know, there's just something about getting a 75-cent ice cream that makes it taste better.
Pops is over here making something.
No,
What are
it's
you
funny
making?
how they come. You can have it made into a Lincoln Highway sign.
Little America is like a classic slice of Americana, and it's been here since 1934 and has been welcoming Lincoln Highway travelers since then. It also has a unique story with the penguin in its lobby.
So Little America started in the 1930s. Their mascot was a penguin. Admiral Byrd, who was in Antarctica, sent them this penguin. They were excited. He died en route. So instead they stuffed him, and here he stands.
He was supposed to be the live mascot, but he became something else.
Little America is also a hotel along the route, so if you need a place to stay, you can stay here. There's a kids playground, there's a store, there's things to eat, so it's definitely a great roadside stop.
It originally became popular because it's an oasis on the drive with so little in the Wyoming area. From Little America is about a 35-minute drive to Fort Bridger State Historic Site. Originally built as a fur trading post in 1843, it became a key stop for pioneers on the Oregon Trail, Pony Express riders, and later travelers on the Lincoln Highway. It's basically a place where the Old West and early American road tripping history come together, and you can see that through the many different exhibits they have on the property.
Men were committing petty crimes in order to get out of their chores and things that they needed to do here, so they created the punishment horse, where you had to sit on it for hours at a time holding a wooden sword, and Pops is demonstrating.
My crime is that my jokes are not funny.
Too many dad jokes. You have to use the punishment horse. After the punishment horse, we put Pops in jail.
I refuse to sit on a punishment horse.
The coolest part of this park is the replica that they created of Jim Bridger's fort. They tried to make it look like what it would have in the 1850s, and it's so cool to walk around and explore, and they even have a shop with things for sale and a docent who's able to answer your questions when you walk out. If you're interested in what it was like for early travelers going west, you definitely need to stop here.
Our last stop at the fort is the museum.
The museum had a lot of history and exhibits, but they actually had one on the Lincoln Highway, and they had a DVD that you could control that told you more about the Lincoln Highway in Wyoming.
Luckily, we haven't looked like this on the Lincoln Highway yet.
I would say this is one of the better history stops on the western portion of the drive.
Before leaving the fort, we're gonna go check out the Lincoln Highway exhibit. Black and orange cabins built in 1929.
When we came, we had no idea they had this Lincoln Highway history, and it was so cool to be able to peek into the different cabins and see how they were restored. It gave you a great taste for what it would have been like to stay here in the 1930s.
This is really cool. And this was the kind of thing they started to build when they just had the campgrounds. They built these little cottages, and they usually were often in the shape of a U.
Continuing on to Evanston, they had an old hotel and they had an information plaque on the Lincoln Highway in Wyoming.
We missed a lot of these stops because they weren't on any of the maps that we were looking at, but in case you're coming through here and you want to try to see one, here they are. Man, we are just crushing states. State number 11.
By this point, we were doing hundreds of miles a day in our drive, and Pops was scouring the books trying to find anything that we could stop at. Luckily, we hit the jackpot as we entered Utah by finding this awesome section of the Lincoln Highway that went through Echo Canyon. We found it in the map that we picked up at Fort Bridger, and it had over 30 points of interest along the canyon that you could see. These ranged from interesting rock formations to stone walls that were created to protect travelers. By far, the most unique thing we saw was a stop called Billboard Bluff.
With the arrival of the railroad, right, you got to have advertising along the way. And so these were advertised. And so you can see the one back there says Plantation Bitters. That was an example of one of them.
It is pretty cool to see that they're still in good condition, probably because it's not super easy to get up there.
Even if you're doing a road trip that isn't the Lincoln Highway, I would recommend getting off and doing this portion of the trip as you head into Utah. The drive through Echo Canyon is incredible, with beautiful rock formations and so much history to see. We even saw a few more billboard rocks while we were driving with advertisements on them. There's a lot of Pony Express history on this section as well, and then when you head to the bottom, be sure to go right to see a few more stops. These include this post office and this awesome gas station cafe motel sign, before making it all the way out to Witches Rocks, which is the last stop on this section. Witches Rocks is a set of pinnacles that many people thought resembled witches. I don't know if I see it, but let me know what you think in the comments. Leaving Echo Canyon behind, we headed out on Echo Dam Road and went around the Echo Reservoir as we made our way down to Salt Lake City. We were surprised to see smoke in the distance and saw a fire on the other side of the road near the freeway, but after we researched it, nothing really came of it and it went out quickly.
Another long day, but we've made it to Salt Lake City and we're gonna grab dinner at the Dodo.
The Dodo has been here for over 40 years and it's one of the top rated restaurants in this part of Salt Lake City. I ended up getting the stroganoff and Pops got a quesadilla with meat in it, and we both loved our dishes. It could be that we were really hungry from not eating a lot that day as well.
We went kind of big here because we were told that you have to have the pie, and we don't know when we'll be in Salt Lake City again, so Pop's got a banana cream cheesecake, banana cheesecake, I think. And I got coconut coffee cake caramel. We're gonna pass out after this.
It's amazing.
I mean, work hard, play hard. That's kind of our motto, right?
All right, and with that insane meal that Pops and I just ate, that's it for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
We started the day with a healthy option. Just kidding, we went and got donuts.
Those are crazy looking donuts. This is the Gold Digger, and Pop's got maple bourbon, and these donuts are literally as big as your face.
I do have a big face, though.
You have a big face if that's a big donut. I love brown butter anything, so it's always good in my book with a little bit of salt. And then there's gold flakes on top, which I don't know why, but it's a good donut. Good donuts and coffee. Now we're leaving Salt Lake City and heading towards Nevada.
If you're interested in things to do in Salt Lake City, you can see the link in the description, but we headed out and went past the Great Salt Air. The original Salt Air was supposed to be like the Coney Island of Salt Lake City with a boardwalk and entertainment, but this is now the third iteration and it's basically just a concert venue, which we couldn't access when we drove by. So we just headed on and continued to Great Salt Lake State Park to explore a little bit.
We made it to the Great Salt Lake.
We started by walking out to the main viewpoint to read some of the information plaques, and what we saw startled us a little bit.
Look at all of these spiders that we found. They are everywhere out here.
We were told that these are western spotted orb weavers and that they're generally harmless to humans, but I'm gonna tell you, I was not about to find out by getting any closer to these spiders than I needed to. There was probably 1,000 of them around here.
We are here. You can see how massive that lake is. I mean, it basically looks like an ocean when you're looking out there. The spiders required a sacrifice, so we're leaving, Pops. We'll see you later, Pops.
Saying goodbye to the spiders in the Great Salt Air, we continued on towards Nevada and to some of the most remote sections of this drive. As we were coming to an area called the Bonneville Salt Flats, we saw a unique piece of art on the side of the road and decided to pull off. Created by an artist in the 1980s, it's an 87-foot tall concrete tree. It has 6 colorful spheres at the top, supposedly representing the fruits of the desert, and it's definitely a unique contrast between the stark white flats and the art.
This thing is called the Tree of Life, and it's pretty weird to see out in this desolate salt flat.
Pop says he thinks these are the leaves of the tree that have fallen off.
Well, I'm quick to say, when I see art like this, I'm quick to say I don't understand it. I don't like to judge it necessarily, but I would say I don't understand it. It's certainly unique. So he left his mark with this incredibly unique piece in the middle of the salt.
Heading on, we made it to the area known as the Bonneville Salt Flats, and we continued until we saw the rest stop on the right-hand side where you could pull out and you could actually go out on the salt flats if you were interested.
So we are now at the Bonneville Salt Flats, and look at this spot. It's just incredible how extensive it is. And this is the place where you always hear about people setting the land speed records right out here. Amazing.
I keep feeling like we're in the snow and I could pick up and throw a snowball at Pops, but unfortunately, cannot do that here.
But I can throw a salt ball!
This place is wild. I have been to Badwater and Death Valley, and this has got to be 100 times the size. Basically, salt flats as far as you can see. Very cool stuff.
The speed record out here was set by a jet-powered car called the Thrust 2, and it was over 700 miles per hour. I believe there are times you can drive your own car on it in certain areas where that's allowed, but I'm not really sure how that works, and I didn't want to drive my car anyway, as the salt can be pretty corrosive. So for us, we continued on, and the salt eventually gave way to the desert again.
Pops, what state is that?
That was Nevada.
And,
number 12. That was number 12.
Number 12.
Our first stop in Nevada was to see a very large roadside attraction.
This is supposedly the world's largest cowboy. Pops, does it make you feel like more of a cowboy to be next to the world's largest?
Well, I'm larger than life as a cowboy too. And his brother lives in Las Vegas.
Known as Wendover Will, he was created in 1952 and he stands 63 feet tall. From here, the Lincoln Highway heads south till it connects with the loneliest road, Highway 50.
We got a big storm ahead of us in the remote Nevada desert.
Storm in the desert, maybe. That sounds amazing.
Storm in the desert.
As you're watching this storm, note that this is not the original alignment of the Lincoln Highway and that it actually went a different way from Salt Lake City. As I was researching it though, it seemed pretty hard to follow that one as there's lots of private property, so this is technically the 3rd generation part of the route that we're doing.
It really started to come down once we got into that storm we were driving towards.
It was a really good call by Josh too to just let the vent open so we can smell the rain on the desert, which is nice.
It's pretty hard to beat the rain on the desert. That would be a good candle smell right there.
The drive from West Wendover to Ely, Nevada is about 2 hours, and there's not really anything to stop at along the way. The one thing I will mention is the McGill Drugstore Museum, but unfortunately that wasn't open when we came through. Eventually we made it to Ely and we got to our first stop in the city right before it closed.
We've made it with on and off rain on the way into our first town, and we're stopping at the White Pine Museum.
The White Pine Museum is one of the best for keeping the history of Eastern Nevada and has everything from American Indian heritage to Pony Express history.
You never think you would see a Titanic sinks newspaper in Ely. There it is. This is the main thing you want to see while you're here, the giant short-faced bear they have.
This bear used to roam North America and weighed up to 1,500 pounds, and some believe that it's over 10,000 years old.
Alright, who do you think would win? Pops or the giant bear, the cave bear? Let us know in the comments.
He's got a bigger fist than me,
That's the only issue you have. Other than that, you'd be good.
I would say. Hey, look over there!
Don't just visit the inside though, there are a lot of exhibits to see on the outside of the museum as well.
And this is our first Lincoln Highway sign we've seen since we made it to Nevada. This depot was built in 1906 and served the area for 40 years.
This was the Cherry Creek Railroad Depot, which sat about 53 miles north of Ely. Cherry Creek now is just a ghost town, but in 1990, a local elementary school raised $11,000 to move the historic structure here.
This is one of the oldest cabins in Ely. It was built in the 1880s.
That's what's so cool about this museum is that you can just walk around and you can see so many historic artifacts that have all been preserved and kept on display for you to see here.
Alright, I'm gonna find Pops who got stuck looking at old pictures, and then we're gonna either head back to the hotel or go explore depending on what the rain does.
After saying goodbye to the museum, there was a thrift store that was still open, so we popped in to grab some shoes for the shoe tree tomorrow.
Alright, I think I'm gonna go with these.
And then we headed over to the historic Hotel Nevada, which was our home base for the rest of the night.
What's up? Welcome to our epic room. Look at this beautiful kitchenette area, 2 couches, gorgeous
A
view.
TV for me to beat you in video games later?
Only we're talking about important things. Gorgeous view of the mountains. And then you come in here, we got these 2 great beds across the street. It's downtown right here in front of us. Not bad at all.
And the best part is that it was $95 tonight. How do you beat that?
Yep.
Let's go get something to eat.
When you leave the hotel, be sure to check out their Walk of Fame, showcasing some of the people who have stayed here since it opened in 1929.
Jimmy Stewart, Ingrid Bergman, Wayne Newton, President Lyndon B. Johnson.
And then across the street from the hotel, there's a few different casinos, one which had a very unique dinner spot that we decided to try.
So Pops found us this dinner place where you eat inside of a cell block.
Yeah.
Looks like you eat fancy inside of a cell block though.
Nice, yeah.
We were the only people here, and it was a little bit pricier than I anticipated, so we had no idea what we were getting ourselves into.
You notice how when I let Pops pick, we're eating in a cell block and we're eating $50 steaks?
Gotta take my opportunity when I get it. You know, I'm not offered it very often. So.
I love places like this, and I just kept getting up to explore as it was so cool to see how they'd created these different rooms inside of the cell blocks.
I went with Mediterranean chicken and Pops went with some type of steak. What'd you get?
Filet.
There's a lot of food on this table. They give you a lot here. Salad and bread and all the sides.
I have to say, Ely is coming through. I did not expect to have this good of a meal while sitting in a cell block in the middle of nowhere, Nevada.
Yeah, this filet is fabulous. One of my best I've ever had. I think it's really excellent.
So hopefully if you come here, it's 2 thumbs up, but it definitely is from Pops and I.
So this might be the 11th day that we've been on the Lincoln Highway. We've had a great time, and we will see you more tomorrow.
If you're staying at the Hotel Nevada like we were, don't miss the opportunity to go out and see it at night. There's just something epic about seeing the neon lights like this, and it reminds me of what I would think that old school Vegas would have looked like.
Starting our day at my favorite museum on this stretch of the road, the Nevada Northern Railway Museum.
We are riding a train this morning.
I think this is awesome to be able to ride a train, especially in these hills, deserty hills. It'd be cool.
And here's our train that we're taking up into the mountains.
Known as the Nevada Northern Railway Complex, this site is supposedly one of the best preserved early 20th century railroad yards in the nation. If you decide to ride the train like us, be sure to give yourself some time to explore the museum before it leaves, including seeing the statue of Dirt the cat, a loved cat who used to hang out in the engine shop.
This room is exactly the way it was left in 1983.
We spent some time exploring the upper and lower floor, and then we just walked around the exterior while waiting for our train to board.
Look who's driving our train today. Conductor Pops.
There'll be no horseplay on this train.
Right on time, our conductor called all aboard and we were able to enter the train and find our spot.
Get your pick of the whole train, Pops.
Yeah.
There's only like 10 people on our entire 3 train car adventure today, so we basically got the place to ourselves.
It's nice to be able to sit outside. It'll be hot, but it'll be nice.
That bell signals that we are leaving. Look at that primo spot right there.
Depending on when you're here, they have all sorts of different train rides that you can pick from. They have a Santa ride at Christmas, they have a 4th of July fireworks train, they have sunset trains, haunted ghost trains. There's a lot of different adventures that you can go on. Ours was just an excursion train ride on one of their diesel trains, and we went out towards Valley Vista. During certain days of the week, they actually take a steam train out, and that would be a really cool one to ride on, but that's not what we had when we were here.
This is so cool. It really does feel like you're in the Old West, just going out through the country. I don't know, I'm really into it. Are you still living your best life out here?
This is fantastic. So we're reading the book, The Virginian, as we go, and they talk about riding the train. This is what the West would look like, except for the power lines. So it's really fun to experience that. It's like stepping back in history or something.
Our train did about 45 minutes out towards the town of McGill before turning around and heading back the way we came.
They ran this train line until 1978, and that's when the mine stopped, and then they stopped using it as much.
Depending on how much time you have to do this drive, this is a longer excursion to do, but both my dad and I loved being able to see something historic like this and to be able to experience it firsthand. 90 minutes later, we were arriving back at the train station, and if you want to, they'll actually give you a guided tour of the engine room. Because of how many stops we had to do today, we decided not to go on the tour, but we did go walk in and explore it a little bit ourselves.
This is the one that we were so impressed with last time we came here. It's the snowplow train.
This is a cool spot to be for so many levels, but I wish I could tell you how it smells. It smells like an old diesel work area. It's really cool.
It's just amazing to be able to see inside of some of these trains and to see them actually working on it. You never see anything like that.
Such a fun and relaxing morning. The train really didn't go out to anywhere, but it was just incredible to see the landscape and to feel that kind of Old West vibe, and then seeing the machine shop afterward and seeing them working on the trains. This is just a really great stop.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. You guys know I love the Old West stuff, and it gave you that feel that you were going through this kind of untouched country headed towards somewhere in the Old West on a train. It's really cool.
And now we're heading out again on the Lincoln Highway.
As you say goodbye to Ely, which is one of the largest towns in this part of Nevada, it's about an hour and 15 minutes of remote wilderness before you make it to Eureka. During this section, you'll pass by the remains of some mining claims. You may see a Lincoln Highway sign along the road, but basically it's just horizon that stretches out endlessly in front of you, broken by rugged mountains and the occasional summit that you pass over. As you approach the town of Eureka, driving down from one of the many summits, note the grade of the road that you're driving at, and note that this can be a pretty dangerous area to drive in the winter, especially if there's snow or ice.
We've made it to Eureka, one of the main towns along the route, and this is the famous hotel where Pop saw a ghost.
I did not see a ghost. You can look at that in a different video when we talk about that. But
Up here.
The town of Eureka is a cool spot to stop as there's a lot of historic things that you can do here.
This is the original Lincoln Highway sign that I saw in 2020 before we even knew that this was a route.
Especially not a route we were going to be driving 4 years later.
Yeah, it's cool to come back and look at it with a totally different set of lenses as to what we're seeing now.
There's also a note that this section of Lincoln Highway is part of a General Motors section that they paid for. It's 22 miles long.
When we entered the courthouse, we were able to get our official survival guide of the loneliest road, which you can get stamped along the route.
This thing is really fun. This is something that should be done with the Lincoln Highway.
I agree. We had one on Route 66 too, remember?
We did.
This courthouse is incredible to see as it's still in use and it was built in 1880.
Pops is over there waiting for them to hear his case.
My favorite place to visit in Eureka is the Opera House, which is right across the street from the courthouse.
Fortunately, the Opera House is closed until August 1st, so we're not able to see it.
The Opera House is incredible though, and something you definitely want to see, so I'll play some clips from last time we were here.
The Opera House was built in 1880 and the structure was fully restored in 1993. It's been many things over the years, including a motion picture hall in 1915 and even a community center for the town during the mining boom era. Now it's mostly used as a convention center and it can hold around 300 people. Leaving the Opera House, the town felt a lot more dead than it did when we came through here 4 years ago, but we were able to find one more business open.
Our last order of business is the Eureka Depot, a coffee shop that opened since last time we went through.
This coffee shop had a large dining area and I was told that it's used for meetings by many of the locals. It was poppin' when we went with a dozen people there and a couple different people working behind the counter.
That's a really great spot. They make all their own syrups, which is surprising to find in a remote Nevada town. Plus the people there are incredibly friendly. It did say on the Eureka sign that it's the friendliest town on the loneliest road, and I have to say everybody we've met has been very friendly. Heading on towards Austin.
Leaving Eureka, it's about an hour and 10 minutes to get to the next small town of Austin. Along the way, there are some hot springs that you can go and soak in, but unfortunately for us, the road was washed out and it hadn't been repaired yet, so we weren't able to make it there.
Check it out, there's a heart in the clouds right there. Do you see it? It's on its side. Do you see it, Pops?
Barely. It is kind of sideways.
After entering the town of Austin, the first thing you'll see is the Gridley's store, which was built in 1863. The building has a unique history which comes from a story about a sack of flour which was sold for donations to the Sanitary Fund, a Civil War forerunner of the American Red Cross. The flour sack was sold over and over again throughout Nevada and California and it ended up raising $275,000.
I was actually excited to see this building open as it was closed last time we came through here, and now it's a town library, which is a really cool way to update an old building but to keep it for the town to enjoy, so that was fun to see.
Driving into Austin, we are greeted with what we've come to expect in some of the small towns on the Lincoln Highway. Basically places that felt abandoned and that were no longer in operation.
This looks like at some point in time it was a welcome center or it's becoming one, but there's definitely nobody you can talk to right now.
There are a whole bunch of things you can off-road to if you're interested. Going down this road where the hot springs was, it was closed when we came, but I'm sure that's not always the case. So that's about all that's open today in Austin, other than the castle that we're going to go to right now. And note, when people say that we travel and things are not open, everything could even say it's open and not be open on roads like this. So you see what you can see and you just make the most of it.
Luckily, on the outskirts of Austin, there's one of the more unique historic sites you can see on this part of the route, and it's always there.
Stokes Castle was built by a guy named Anson Stokes, who was a wealthy banker and also silver miner. This place was a huge place for silver in the late 1800s. In 1897, he had this place built. It was based on a place that he'd seen outside of Rome, and this is like an exact copy of a tower that he saw outside of Rome. It says the family lived here for 1 month. And then later came back a couple times, but then ended up selling it when he sold all his interest in silver mining and never really came back ever again. It's now privately owned, and it's really kind of in disrepair. This is about the best you can do is see it from the outside. As you can see, one of the best things about this spot are these vistas that supposedly you can see as far away as like 100 miles.
There was a fence around the structure, but there was a huge hole cut out of it, so you were able to walk right in and see the inside if you wanted to. I don't know if they'll leave this open or if they're going to come and close it up.
There's also an old piece of mining equipment out on the hillside. I was kind of hoping this would look different in the last 4 years since we've been here, maybe a little bit more restored, but it is exactly the same.
As we were leaving Stokes Castle, someone told us that the Little Blue Bird Turquoise shop was open, so we headed back into the town to go see it. According to the website, this is an art gallery and a shop, and it uses turquoise that's mined from around the local area. Honestly, I was pretty impressed. It was a cool place to walk around, and the prices were reasonable for what they were selling.
Check it out, there's an anaconda that's 20 feet long, the skin of an anaconda in here. This is an incredibly cool spot with lots of different rocks, and I'm getting some geodes for my kids to break open.
So if you're driving the Lincoln Highway and looking for a unique souvenir, hopefully this is open when you come through. Leaving Austin, it's about an hour drive to our next stop at Middlegate Station. Along the way though, there's some interesting Pony Express history that you can see and that I definitely recommend stopping at. This is known as Rock Creek or Cold Springs Station, and it was operated from 1861 to 1869. Here, Pony Express riders could find a place to sleep, they could get fresh horses, there was blacksmith services here, and even wagon repair facilities. When the line was abandoned in 1869, then this spot went along with it, and basically all you can see now are just the remains of some of the rock structures. As we approached Middlegate Station, it was time for another cherished tradition, the shoe tree.
Last time we did this, we took 3 to 4 tries each. I think we're gonna do better this time. What are you predicting?
I predict as bad or worse.
There it is, the infamous shoe tree. All right, I got my shoes to donate to the shoe tree. You got yours, Pops?
Look at this. Suede wingtips, orange soles, way better.
You should keep those. As the senior member of our group, do you want to go first or second?
I'll go first, but I would like to say, first of all, this tree has done nothing to deserve this.
Are you going to throw it on the really easy one, or are you going to try to throw it at the high one? That high up there? Look at Babe Ruth calling his shot.
I said, I don't want to do the walk of shame down here. You know, I could just go like this.
That's what I'd expect from you. That didn't even go anywhere near the tree.
I'm trying to go up there.
All right, let's see. Oh!
Yeah!
Oh!
Look at that. Great spot. You can see them. That was good. There's no competition here. Let's see how the B team does now.
Going for this right here, which looks like it probably is not a good idea.
Well, at least it'll be easy to retrieve right down here when you miss. Okay. What's your comment on my first throw?
Oh, that was so close.
Yeah, it wasn't close at all. It bounced off the bottom. If he can't beat me, he's going to throw them at me.
Oh!
Not a bad shot.
Way
Look
better
here.
than yours.
Hopefully it gets where we can see it.
All right, let us know in the comments if Pop's throwing it at the leaves and taking the easy approach in 2 shots, or my more difficult approach in 3 shots is better.
Yeah, do that.
Also, props to anyone who got it that high up in the tree. That is very impressive. You're playing at a different level than Pops and I. All right, now it's time to get the Monster Burger.
I had no idea whether the shoe tree would still be a thing, but I was surprised to still see it going strong. If I had to bet, there was probably 300 to 400 shoes here. From there is about a 5-minute drive to our next stop and one of our favorites on this portion of the road, Middlegate Station.
We're doing one of our favorite stops. We stopped at the Middlegate Bar right here in order to get a Monster Burger. Wait till you see this burger. It's incredible.
Welcome to Middlegate, the middle of nowhere, elevation 4,600, population 17. They crossed out the 18.
Middlegate Station really does feel like an oasis in the middle of the loneliest road, and what this place is known for is something called the Middlegate Monster.
We didn't add $1 last time we were here, or else we could search for it, so we're adding $1 this time. Beautiful. All right. They said that Pops could have a ladder, but as you can tell, he can reach it without even trying. All right, if you want to find our $1, head over to this corner and then just look up right there.
While we were working on decorating our dollar, they were working on creating the monstrosity that we were about to eat.
So Josh does drone shots. Here is a cheeseburger drone shot. There you go.
Beautiful. It's way easier too.
Just as easy, just as good as his drone shot.
Check it out. It's got eyes, nose, and the tomato is a mouth. It is a legit monster. That is so amazing. And here's Pops demonstrating.
It's as big as my head. Look at this monster. Pop's on the right. Or the left. I don't know.
Yeah, Pops on the right.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to attack this.
Oh man. That was a strong bite right there. Did you get any meat though?
That is delicious. You could think that this is just some gimmick, you know, that it's so huge. But it is delicious. We were shocked the last time about how good it is too. And once again, fabulous.
I agree. You don't even have to take our word for it. If you look at the Google reviews, this place has fantastic reviews and it's in the middle of nowhere. The burgers are that good and well worth coming for. But you only need one for 2 big men. So you might even need one for 3 to 4 people.
You could do that.
Monster burger!
After getting through as much of the burger as we possibly could, it was time to say goodbye to Middlegate Station and continue the road trip.
Also, in case you're wondering, they do have an electric car charger here. I don't know how well it works, but they have one.
There's some cool opportunities for pictures here, including a great Loneliest Road sign and a sign that says both the Lincoln Highway and the Pony Express historic route. For us though, we just continued west towards Sand Mountain Recreational Area, which is about 25 minutes drive away. Again, this is remote with a couple passes that you go over, but I think this is a cool part of this section, seeing the sand dunes come into view and seeing the salt flats out in front of you. If you're interested in off-roading, then Sand Mountain Recreation Area seems like it'd be a pretty incredible place for that. But for us, we just drove up, took a couple pictures, and then backtracked to go see the Pony Express ruins.
If you're looking for the best preserved Pony Express site, this is the best one that we found last time we were here.
From where you park, it's about a 10-minute walk out to the ruins themselves.
So here's what this structure looks like from above, and then you can see the remains of the walls right in front of me. The station was built in 1860 and it was used until 1861 when the telegraph replaced it.
Most of the other Pony Express sites along the route are not open and you can only see them through a fence. But what I like about this one is that it's completely open and that you can walk in, walk through where the different rooms were, and get a better understanding of what life would have been like.
That sign back there has a diary from one of the people who actually visited here. He said life at the station was not bad, it was wretched. There's lots of Pony Express history on the route, but if you want the best example of something that you can still see, this is definitely what we found to be it.
As we left the area and headed towards Fallon, we encountered a big dust storm, and I thought it was pretty interesting, so I wanted to play the full time lapse here. It's crazy to just see it come out of nowhere and then to basically have no visibility for a little bit before it opened back up.
This is our last stop of the day. We're gonna see if we can do it before the rain comes in over there. It's Grimes Point Archaeological Area.
Look how beautiful it is over there with the rain coming down. So cool.
It's really hard to beat a desert sunset. Hopefully that video of the time lapse going through the storm looked as good as it looked to us while we were driving it.
The hike along Grimes Point is a true gem on this drive, as it's amazing to be able to see how many petroglyphs they have on this short trail. It's less than a mile round trip, but along the way, keep your eyes peeled as you'll see them on many of the different rocks, especially when you get to the top area and start doing the loop.
Here's some examples of the different ones that you can see on the trail. I mean, I'm assuming these are all the older ones. Pretty cool.
It's hard for me to ever know whether these are legit petroglyphs or whether there's something that somebody did more recently, but I did read that the ones on the dark rocks are supposed to be older, and it's just cool to wander around and see them all.
Right near the end of the trail it says ensuring success, and I think this is probably the best one that we've seen on the whole trail. Epic way to end the day, exploring and finding petroglyphs, seeing the lightning, and just enjoying the beautiful desert sunset. That's it for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Even though I said we were done, we actually decided that we wanted to spend a little bit more time sitting and watching the lightning, and we were trying to command a lightning strike perfectly so we could get a video.
Oh, that was pretty close. It was right when you turned around, it didn't. I don't know. I think Pops might have got it on that last one. You wouldn't believe how many times we tried to do that.
We were enjoying watching the lightning and the rain come down until we got to our hotel, and there's no power in our hotel. Eventful day.
After about 2 hours sitting in the dark, the power did eventually come on, and that was the end of our day on the Lincoln Highway. We woke up the next morning and started our day by going to Stone Cabin Coffee. This is not what I expected to see in Fallon, and I loved every minute of it with all of the different animals in an old log cabin and great coffee to go along with it.
I do want to note that this is also where the Top Gun school is. I tried to see if there's anything I could do related to that here, and I can't without base access, but it is cool to note that the Top Gun school is here.
From Fallon, we headed towards Reno, stopping to see an old market grocery sign, and then stopping to see a giant turtle made out of boulders. There's not a lot of information about this other than that it was built in 2014 with the purpose of it being unmovable.
This is cute. It says, "I am a painted rock snake. Paint your own rock and help me grow."
On the way into Reno, we decided to stop in the town of Sparks first to see Last Chance Joe and a historical museum. Last Chance Joe is a 35-foot tall character that was built in 1952 to be outside of a casino and a cafe. And then when it closed, they were going to get rid of him, and he was adopted by the Sparks Heritage Museum. The Sparks Heritage Museum focuses on the area's history, but if you're looking for history on the Lincoln Highway, definitely stop here as they have a small exhibit about it.
Here's the route. We started all the way over here, and we are right here.
The Lincoln Highway exhibit mainly focuses on the route through Nevada, but it has some interesting photographs and antiques to see, and anytime we saw a Lincoln Highway exhibit in a museum, we were excited.
Here's an example of a water bag that they would use when they were going through the desert in order to hold their water. It's a tiny little exhibit here, but it's cool just to see it represented at all, so that's awesome.
Good stop. You can see Last Chance Joe, and you can get to see a museum with a little bit of Lincoln Highway history.
As we headed through the historic downtown Sparks, it was cool to see some Lincoln Highway signs on the side of the road. And there were lots of old signs designating the different hotels and motels, such as the Pony Express Lodge, the Sandman Motel, and even the Ferris Apartments. It made me feel like I was on Route 66 again to see all these historic hotel signs.
Right on the corner of East 4th Street and Spokane, there's this awesome mural that was put in 2014, and it's kind of like a modern artistic take on the Lincoln Highway mural. I'm really digging it. This is cool to see something like this, especially something that's a little bit newer, artistic style, showing that they might still like the Lincoln Highway a little bit in Reno Sparks area.
Next up, we headed into the town of Reno, and we're only doing a couple spots in this video, but I have an entire video on Reno in the description you can check out.
This old arch was originally erected on Virginia Street to celebrate the completion of the Lincoln Highway.
This isn't the arch that most people take a picture with when they come to Reno, but it's so cool that they saved this historic arch and they still have it on display for you to see.
It was already late in the day, but we hadn't really eaten much, so we decided to head to Peg's Glorified Ham and Eggs for brunch. This spot was on Esquire's list of best breakfast places in the United States.
Look at this crazy meal. It's a skillet with beans and a slaw and salsa and an omelet and hash browns. That is an insane amount of food. And then Pop's got basically a hamburger.
We both really liked our meals here, and I could see why it won so many awards.
Before continuing south on Lincoln Highway, we wanted to stop at the National Automobile Museum in Reno. It's definitely one of the best car museums I've ever been to.
This is one of those car museums you could spend a few hours in, as it seems like it has everything on display.
Here we are, Pops. We're at the 1925 to 1950, which is when they would actually have been driving.
Yeah, actually a little past that. It would be even earlier, some of the cars.
Some of them would be earlier, yeah. Plus you throw in some of these for good measure, the 1915 to 1920s.
These might be the ones that are more likely, especially at the early stages. Maybe we'll get lucky and find an old Packard out here. That was one of the original ones they used.
This is a 1914 Tesla. As in it, it's an electric car. I know we've talked about this, Pops, but can you even imagine taking one of these things on the Lincoln Highway?
Well, there's so many things that we learned about how you had to drive it, even up the hill backwards sometimes, because of the way the gas station was with the carburetor and such, so it was not easy.
This is one of the most prestigious automobile museums in the United States, and it has over 240 rare cars in its collection.
And this is a 1921 Rolls-Royce made out of copper.
Of course, there's lots more to see in the museum, including an entire section dedicated to all of the cars that they have from different movies over the years.
I keep trying to tell him that we don't need his picture in this, and he keeps insisting that he wants his picture in the Barbie car.
This is the nicest car in the museum right here. I need my picture.
I can't even believe you fit in that thing. Can you stretch your legs out?
I used to have one like this, but I sold it.
Leaving Reno, there's two different alignments, one that goes through Truckee and another that goes through South Lake Tahoe. We're going to go to South Lake Tahoe, but we detoured a little bit to see these historic Lincoln Highway bridge rails.
Here's some photos of the original bridge where these came from. It's so cool that they saved them and that they put them here for you to see.
These rails and the information about them are off a small pullout on the right side of the road, and you can only access them if you're heading east. So if you're heading west, you need to go up to the next exit, turn around, get back on the freeway, and then you can get off and see them. After our short detour, we headed back to Reno and then headed south towards Carson City. We decided to take another detour on the way and head up to Virginia City though, as we love exploring that little town.
We've made it to Virginia City. First stop, the Comstock load, and then we're gonna go explore and see what we can find.
There's gold in them there hills.
We started our time in Virginia City by heading to the Way It Was Museum.
Apparently at one point in time in the city they had a wildcat versus a dog fight. I think would win, a wildcat or a dog?
Depends on the dog and how big the dog was.
Even though the museum's small, it has a lot of information about the town's past, including great artifacts, photos, and lots of mining equipment you can see.
This is an underground exact scale model of all of the different shafts, criss-cuts, drifts, and inclines of the mine.
Sometimes when you're digging deep, you will unearth a monster.
After leaving the museum, we headed out to explore the main downtown street, which is often voted one of the top 10 historic main streets in America. For us, our first stop was the roasting house, as it had been a long road trip and we needed a second cup of coffee for the morning.
All right, our coffee is coming so we can recharge, but if you want to, there's an awesome view out in the back and a great place to sit.
Yay. 14 days with you is a little too much to handle without coffee.
Pretty much same feeling here.
After we got our second wind with another cup of coffee, we headed out to explore the rest of the town, starting with the Bucket of Blood Saloon, which has been here since 1876. While the name of the saloon sounds a little sinister, the bar couldn't be anything further from that. It's a charming spot that feels like you walked into history, and it has a lot of different tables and often has live music on the weekends. It was too early for us to get a drink, but it was still cool to be able to pop into it.
This is just a cool town. There's so much history, so many interesting things to do. It's good for pictures. It's just a fun place to spend a little bit of time.
Across the street, you'll find the Delta Saloon, which is home to the Suicide Table, another interesting antique in Virginia City. You can read the full story of the table online, but basically there were 3 different people who died based on the results of the gambling that happened on this table. Following that, the last main thing you'll want to stop into is the Silver Queen. Here you can see the 15-foot Silver Queen, which has 3,261 Comstock silver dollars in it.
Look at this amazing thing made out of silver coins. Wow.
While we could have spent more time in Virginia City, we had a lot more things we wanted to do today, so we took the 30-minute drive down to Carson City.
We made it to Carson City. We got a few stops here before we continue on to South Lake Tahoe.
We started our time in Carson City by heading over to the U.S. Mint Building, which is where we learned about the Lincoln Highway on our first drive through the loneliest road.
The Lincoln Highway, the first marked coast-to-coast federal highway. Now US 50 in San Francisco, 30 in Salt Lake City, and 1 in Philadelphia.
The Carson City Mint Building is now part of the Nevada State Museum, which is one of my favorite museums in this area.
Last time I was in this museum, I told Pops to watch out for this beaver because he had bloody teeth.
And lots of people told me that beavers have iron on their enamel, and that's what leads to the red. So, not bloody, iron.
Yep, I do read YouTube comments, and I saw probably 150 comments about the bloody teeth beaver I mentioned in the first video. If you're interested in mining or Nevada state history at all, then this spot should definitely be on your list. The exhibits here are fantastic and really well laid out.
There's another one of those water bags they use for crossing the desert, and then this talks about how there was 3 major roads that went through Nevada by 1925, the Lincoln Highway being one of them. That's basically the only thing on the Lincoln Highway though, right there. This is coin press number 1, and it minted its first coin February 11th, 1870. Was the only coin press in operation for the first 5 years. If you come at the right time on the weekends, you can actually see them continuing to use this to mint coins.
The last thing you should see at the museum is to go all the way down into the basement and go into the mining exhibit.
Do you notice who's not with me right now? Yeah, the bottom floor of this museum is a mining museum, and I didn't even remember, but Pops remembered when he came to this museum. He said, that's the one with the mining exhibit down in the bottom, and he did not want to come down. This is a cool exhibit. It really feels like you're in a mine. Props to the museum for making it and for scaring Pops into not coming down.
That's an incredible museum. It's very interactive because great exhibits, lots of history. It is a little bummer though that a lot of the Lincoln Highway history, especially in areas like that, is completely gone. It would have been cool to see an exhibit on that here, but get what you get.
Before heading into California, we decided to stop and visit the Nevada State Capitol building. This is an old building that's still in use, and it was built in 1869.
Here's the Capitol building we're in right now. There's no access to that dome part, but it's still a cool old building. Nevada is battle-born. It enters the Union during the Civil War.
It's interesting that they moved the Senate and the legislature down the street a little bit, and so they made that into a museum. That's pretty cool.
This Elkhorn chair was used by Teddy Roosevelt when he visited the Capitol in 1903.
This is one of the smaller Capitol buildings, and it's pretty easy to see it in about 30 minutes.
And with that, we head towards our last state on this Lincoln Highway road trip and to South Lake Tahoe.
As you leave Reno towards Lake Tahoe, the road heads up into the mountains, and it gives you some amazing views before cresting over and seeing Lake Tahoe out in the distance. For our first stop, we made it over to an incredibly difficult place to park, which is the trailhead for Cave Rock.
We were able to secure a spot at Cave Rock, and we were going for a hike.
Pop said in the previous video that one of the things he wants to see is Lake Tahoe, and now you're seeing it for the first time. What do you think?
Lake Tahoe, it's beautiful. It's humongous. I can't believe it. Yeah, I'm very excited to see this for the first time.
Cave Rock Trailhead is notoriously difficult to park at. There's just only 5 or 6 parking spots, so it can be a challenging thing to do, but look at these views already. It's an incredible hike for sure.
The other thing that makes this trail so popular is that it's less than a mile round trip.
There's the first view of Cave Rock, and that's the Lincoln Highway right below it.
The single track hugs the side of the mountain as you go in and out of the trees, making your way over to Cave Rock.
The last part of this is definitely scrambling, but even if you don't want to scramble, I mean, look at this view right here. You can just come on an easy hike to right here and get this view. And this is the view on the other side. Pops is staying down here at the base, but I'm gonna go up and show you the views.
So if you want to make it to the very top, then this is the scramble that you have to do right here.
While it's not particularly difficult, you do have to use your hands to pull you up some of the small rocks, and there is some exposure on both sides, which could be a lot for some people.
Made it to the top of Cave Rock. How do you beat those views? I've been up here so many times, but it's especially cool this time to be looking down on the Lincoln Highway we're driving while I'm at the top.
The top of the rock is pretty small and it's only really good for a dozen or so people up here, but because of how difficult it is to park, I've never had it be too busy when I've been at the top.
I don't want to pull myself away, the views are just insane up here, but we're heading into South Lake Tahoe to get some dinner.
Lake Tahoe is incredibly beautiful, and the mountains around the outside, just gorgeous. I can't believe Lincoln Highway's going right by it there too. That's just really cool. Yeah, I'm delighted here.
Heading into South Lake Tahoe, we crossed over into California, which is our last state of the drive. And then we headed over to one of my favorite restaurants in the area, McDuff's Public House.
Pops, we didn't see the sign, but what state are we in now?
It's got to be the last one. That would be California, I guess. So that's number 13, 14, I don't remember.
I think it was 13.
13.
Once you cross over into California, be prepared for the prices to go up, but man, the food here is great.
We're at one of my favorite places in Tahoe. I got the chicken pot pie. Pop's got the shepherd's pie.
One of my faves.
We crushed through this food and then we went on to the dessert course that they're really known for here.
This is what you get here though, the bread pudding. Haven't had it in a long time, but I love it, so I'm excited and hopefully it's good. Fantastic meal, and as much as I want to go to bed right now, I don't get to Tahoe as much as I want, so I'm going to take Pops to one of my favorite spots for sunset.
This is a good 30 minutes off the Lincoln Highway, but if you've never been to Tahoe, then I highly recommend you make the drive over to Emerald Bay. Start by going to Inspiration Point, which gives you a view from the south of Emerald Bay and lets you see Finette Island with the tea house on the top. Then drive another 5 minutes down the road and find a pull-off on the side to go to the Emerald Bay Vista Point.
This is absolutely gorgeous. I would love to see the sun shining on it too, reflecting off it, but this is absolutely beautiful. My gosh.
You can walk along the pathway here and then head down to Lower Eagle Falls, which is a waterfall that falls down into Emerald Bay. This is a popular viewpoint for photos since you're at the top of the waterfall looking down, and it's also popular for sunset because it gives you some great views of a waterfall and of Emerald Bay out in the distance.
I mean, it's pretty hard to beat, right?
I've been here many times, but I never get tired of seeing the view. So I just found a rock to sit on and I soaked in the last bit of color from the sunset.
I don't know where Pops ran off to, but he was taking his own pictures and all excited. Thank you so much for letting me share this special place with you. Hopefully you enjoyed it as much as I did. And we're back to finish the Lincoln Highway tomorrow or the next day. Unfortunately, we're leaving Tahoe today to drive to Oakland, but we're stopping at one of my favorite places for breakfast first.
Freebird is a place that Amy and I have been coming to in Tahoe for about a decade.
They're famous for their chai here, and I highly recommend you get a dirty chai, which has 2 shots of espresso in it. Got my acai bowl to start the day. Pops on with the bagel and cream cheese. Great spot if you like an acai bowl and chai, but now we are heading south, or west. West, I think.
Leaving South Lake Tahoe, you'll head up into the mountains and you'll get some amazing views out over the water and out towards the craggy cliffs in front of you. The original drive didn't go the same way over Echo Summit, but we just followed Highway 50 around. This is another more remote section of the drive without a lot of things to stop at, but beautiful views the entire time. Be sure to look out for Horsetail Falls when you go around one of the bends. As you pass through the town of Strawberry, be sure to look out for the Strawberry Lodge, which dates back to the 1800s, but it has burned down 3 times and been rebuilt since then. This section of the drive feels like you're going through the forest with small mountain towns, little waterfalls, and lots of trees. Eventually though, you'll make your way into Placerville, another historic town in California.
After the 1848 gold discovery, this town was called Old Dry Diggins because you had to dig up the dry gold and mix it with water. And then that started to bring bad guys into the area. And in 1849, someone was convicted and hanged, and they were like, hey, let's call this place Hangtown. And so for a while it was called Hangtown, but if you think about it, that's not the greatest name for a city. So it wasn't actually until 1854 that they switched the name to Placerville, which it is today. The original Hangtown name was not fruit hanging from a tree. Okay, let's try to kind of clean up the past.
We're changing it and making it more modern. Hangtown. Hanging fruit. This is a fun little downtown with lots of history and fun shops that you can explore. I've been here a lot of times over the years and I always love coming back.
There's also the Carey House Hotel in the town, which dates back to the 1850s. You can still stay here if you like, but definitely go inside and see the amazing stained glass that they have in the lobby. From here, we headed out of the mountains and on towards Folsom.
So we found this donut shop called BJ Cinnamon in Folsom that was rated the best donut shop in America in 2017. We figured you'd be really bummed at us if we didn't stop by and try it.
All right, the most popular thing here is the cinnamon roll, and then they said this is one of the most popular donuts, which is a raspberry twist.
Feels right. Yeah, very good. It's a good twist. The cake of the donut is really good.
Look, it's not the best donut shop in America, but man, that raspberry twist was an incredible donut. It's definitely a way above average mom and pop shop donut. And check it out. About 5 minutes from the donut shop, we made it to a historic bridge, which I've actually photographed before, not even knowing it was part of the Lincoln Highway. So we're gonna go see it. Here's the two bridges, obviously a car bridge, and then this one was a railroad bridge, but it's a pedestrian bridge now.
The now pedestrian bridge was created in 1893.
It's amazing that they saved this old bridge and made it a pedestrian bridge instead of getting rid of it. And then look at these views of the bridge that you used to cross the Lincoln Highway now.
I get giddy about donuts and I get giddy about bridges, so these last two stops were a highlight for me for sure. But from here, we're following the Lincoln Highway through Folsom and into Sacramento. Outside of historic downtown Folsom, it's pretty hard to find Lincoln Highway signs along this drive in California anymore.
Our next stop is the California capital here in Sacramento. The two routes that split around Reno converge again in Sacramento. So that's why we're here.
You can normally get a great view of the Tower Bridge from here as well, but there's a lot of construction happening at the moment.
The California State Capitol building is an amazing building to explore, and it was built between 1860 and 1874.
Whatever you do, make sure you see the rotunda here. It's pretty incredible. And this is how the office would have looked like in 1906, which was even before the Lincoln Highway. It's so awesome to see all of these portraits painted, and then you come to this one and you're like, what?
That is fabulous.
It's great. There he is, the Governator. Now we're saying goodbye to Sacramento and we're heading south before heading west again.
Of course, if you want more stops in Sacramento, I have a video on that I'll link to in the description.
We've made it to the city park in Galt for a memorial on Lincoln Highway. It's supposed to be right there.
This is a cool old memorial to the Lincoln Highway. They have the colors. There's a piece of the original highway here. This is a cool little thing in a small town. I mean, I love it.
The sign says there's a piece of history below dated 1924, and that's this right here, an original part of the road.
So once again, I mean, we're here in 24, so you're actually looking at a piece of the road that's 100 years old. That's pretty awesome.
It may seem like we're too excited about this monument, but honestly, there's just not much left about the Lincoln Highway in California.
We're now in Lodi, which is the birthplace of a really fun fast food chain you might know, A&W Root Beer. And here is the official site that Roy Allen served his first frosty mug of creamy root beer. It's right here on the ground next to the Lodi Arch. Of course, it's more fun to have a root beer than it is just to look at the sign, so we're gonna go to A&W Root Beer in Lodi now.
Don't forget to stop and see the Lodi Arch, which is 40 feet high and was built in 1907.
Pops, can I interest you in a frosty mug of root beer?
Only if it's at the first A&W restaurant.
Why, no problem. It's right here.
Technically, this isn't the original location, which doesn't exist anymore, but this one has the small museum and it feels like the original.
100 years, 1919 and 2019, so 105 years now. This is a legit Lincoln Highway stop right here.
This is a cool spot with lots of memorabilia, but I'm not sure how many fans there are of A&W, as everybody always looks at me funny when I'm taking pictures of the cases.
Look at that, frosty mugs.
Wow. You know what they say, A&W root beer's got that frosty mug taste.
Cheers.
I gotta say, A&W root beer, never disappoints.
Yeah.
It's always excellent.
You're in.
I'm in.
Cheers to all of you as well for watching this video. That is good root beer. Look at that.
Freezes against the cup.
I even got some coming off of mine. Heck yes. The speed with which Pops destroyed that root beer, I think that might be his favorite stop on the Lincoln Highway.
It's a good one.
Alright, we got a few more things to do.
Heading on, we drove through Stockton to see Hotel Stockton, which opened in 1910. And then we continued on to see the Mossdale Railroad Bridge.
This area is called the Mossdale Crossing, and this is critical as this was where the final link of the Transcontinental Railroad was put together. The first train to cross that link went across on September 8th, 1869. And if you think about that time period, the only way to get from east to west was by train. So the Lincoln Highway totally opened it up so people could move from east to west without being stuck on trains.
Right after you cross over the bridge, there's a small Lincoln Highway sign, one of the first that we saw in California. And then we just headed onto the interstate as we drove towards Livermore.
In the city of Livermore, they're actually redoing this Lincoln Highway garage, and it is a museum as well. But true to the other things on the Lincoln Highway, it's only open 4 hours a week, Sunday from like 10 to 2, I believe.
This is called the Duarte Garage, and it was built in 1915. I would have loved to see the inside of it, so let us know how it is in the comments if you go.
From here, we're heading to Oakland to do a few more stops before we end the day.
In Oakland, we checked into our hotel, which was right along the water, and then we went to meet up with one of my friends who lives in the city.
You can see San Francisco off in the distance. The end of our Lincoln Highway trip looms tomorrow.
We have made it to the tourist area of Oakland, Jack London Square. We're gonna get some dinner and explore a little bit.
Jack London Square is a fun meeting place in Oakland with lots of restaurants along the water and a lot of history related to Jack London. Here you can see his Gold Rush era cabin that was built south of Dawson City in the heart of the Klondike prior to the Gold Rush of 1898. The story goes that in 1965 the cabin was dismantled and 2 replicas were constructed from the original logs. One in Dawson City and the other here in Oakland. For dinner, we headed to Farmhouse Kitchen Thai Cuisine, which my friend recommended and which had amazing food. Also, my dad got an eggplant tofu dish here, and I'm sure you would not believe that if I hadn't taken photos of it.
Place is a little pricey, but incredibly good Thai food. And now we're gonna head over and check out this old bar.
This is probably one of my favorite bars in California, and it's been here since 1884. It's a tiny spot, but there's so much history here, including a young Jack London who used to come in here and listen to the stories, which supposedly encouraged some of his stories that he wrote later in life. It's one of those places that has that old school cool that you wouldn't expect to find anymore, and it's awesome that they have outdoor seating here now as well, since the bar is so small.
That's it for today. Tomorrow we are finishing the Lincoln Highway. Here we are starting our last day on the Lincoln Highway, heading into San Francisco.
While we could have easily finished the previous day, we didn't want to rush it and we wanted to make sure that we had the time we needed at the end of the Lincoln Highway. So we stayed in Oakland, crossed the Bay Bridge, and made our way into San Francisco. One note that if you're driving in San Francisco, it can be very difficult to park, especially at places like the Ferry Building.
This is the Ferry Building, so before the Lincoln took the Bay Bridge, it actually had to come across on a boat, and you arrived here.
The Ferry Building was open in 1898 and it's been many things over the years, but now it's a trendy food hall with all sorts of different restaurants and things that you can purchase at the shops. My 2 favorite spots there are Blue Bottle Coffee and Hog Island Oyster Company, and do note that my dad's not in these videos because he just pulled over on the side of the road since parking is so difficult here.
Pops, do you think that 100 years ago when people were driving the Lincoln Highway, they thought there'd be self-driving cars when they arrived?
I don't believe so. I think they were still looking at horses.
I don't think we're in Nebraska anymore.
Wait a second, this is not the right way to go. What street is this on?
While it has nothing to do with Lincoln Highway, we decided we needed to drive down Lombard Street before we continued on.
This might be a seedling mile in San Francisco. It's brick, like the other ones we've saw.
It's a fun and historic street, and can you imagine what it would be like to live there with all of the people taking pictures all the time?
This would be a view of the Golden Gate Bridge, but it is too foggy today. I guess you can make out the bottom of the Golden Gate Bridge. That's about it though.
Okay, this is the Palace of Fine Arts, which was built for the 1915 Panama Pacific International Exposition. And it was built in order to house artwork for the exposition. And the Lincoln Highway would go right by here. And as you recall, it started in 1913, so it would have been here a few years before this exposition. So people may have used it to come to this, actually.
The Palace of Fine Arts is an immaculate spot to visit in San Francisco, and it's one of my favorite architectural spots in all of California. I highly recommend you take 30 minutes and walk around to see it from all of the different views, including across from the water and under the dome itself. Now we have one more stop left on our Lincoln Highway road trip. As we make the final drive and you see these beautiful views of the Golden Gate Bridge, note that fog is a way of life in San Francisco, and there's even an Instagram account dedicated to the fog.
There it is, Pops, the end of our road trip up that hill.
It's been amazing, but it's a very bittersweet ending to see the end of this road trip.
Here we go.
The route officially ends in San Francisco's Lincoln Park, which was dedicated to the president in 1909. You can find the official endpoint in front of the Legion of Honor out by the bus stop.
And there it is, the end of the Lincoln Highway. Western terminus of the Lincoln Highway. And here is the route we took all the way across, and then at this split right here we took the southern part of the split and we made it to San Francisco. I mean, the route kind of ends how it's been the whole time, with a small memorial dedicated to an almost forgotten highway.
When I think back on this journey, it was a lot different than I anticipated. It didn't have the flash of Route 66, and you had to really look to find the hidden gems. But the way it allowed us to experience America and to see these small towns as we traveled across it is something that I will never forget.
And just like that, another road trip is done. The Lincoln Highway. How many miles was it, Pops?
3,389, and finally figured out it's 13 states.
13 states. New York to San Francisco.
We did it.
And unfortunately, this video is done. So you can check out some of Pop's history videos and things he created in the description. We'll see you on the next one.
Thanks so much for going on this route with us.
If you're interested, the Legion of Honor is also a great art museum right next to the end of Lincoln Highway. Thanks so much for going on these adventures with us. It means so much to Pops and I, and it's the reason why we continue doing these things. Be sure to leave a like and comment if you made it all the way to the end, and thank you so much for watching with us. Alright, we'll see you on the next one.